2020 through October 16, 2020. As of October 16, the remaining balance is $41.8 million. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members, any questions on this item? Okay, just call it out in case I don't see you raising your hand. I see no comments, so item number 13 is a note and file item. I think we still need to vote on note and file, do we not?
Yeah. Oh. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, then the recommendation is to note and file. If there's no objection or further discussion, let's go ahead and call the roll.
And would you like to take the vote after public comment is heard?
Yes, you're absolutely right. Thank you for that correction. So we'll hold off on that until public comment is completed. But before we proceed into public comment, members, I would like to get a sense from you of which departments you'd like to call special for the FSR, so that we can release departments who are not going to participate in this discussion. So why don't we go ahead and do that now, and then we will go to public comment. I would like to call fire and sanitation. Mr. Bonnet?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In addition to those that you called, I would like to call LADOT, Streets LA, BOS, Street Services, BOE, and EMD.
Okay. All right. Mr. Blumenfield.
I'd like to add EWDD, HSID, and LAPD.
EWDD, HSID, LAPD. Okay. Mr. Price?
Nothing to add.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kretz?
You covered all of mine except for city clerk.
Clerk. Okay, so to review, I have fire, sanitation, DOT, Streets LA, engineering, EMD, EWDD, HSID, LAPD, and the clerk.
Well,
yes,
sorry, one more. I'm assuming the CAO will be part of this throughout, but I also would ask the CAO a couple questions, so want that department to be present all the way through.
Sure, they certainly will be. Not departmental specific, just the CAO's office.
Sure.
Okay. Anything else, members? Okay, so to all of you who are here for the FSR but are not among the departments that we just mentioned, thank you very much for joining us. We'll call you later if we need you, but for now you can go ahead and log off. Thank you very much. And that will take us, as they are exiting the meeting, that will take us next to public comment, and we'll be taking 45 minutes of comment before we move on to the FSR, or the consent items and then the FSR. So let's go ahead and proceed.
Please press *6 to unmute. Caller with the last four digits, 5753. Please state your name and the items you'd like to speak on. Caller with the last four digits, 5753. Oh, they disappeared. Caller with the last four digits, 2752. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on. Caller with the last four digits,
2752. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Go right ahead.
Oh, yeah, I'm Curtis Skinner. Community Economic Development Fellow with the Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles. I'm making a general public comment and urging Councilmember Kirkorian to waive the tenant anti-harassment ordinance immediately from the Budget and Finance Committee so that the Council President Martinez can schedule it for a final vote at full council. The ordinance grew out of years of grassroots efforts to resist the daily harassment that many tenants experience across the city of Los Angeles. More recently, tenants have been organizing around the issue to defend themselves from unscrupulous landlords that have tried taking advantage of the confusion and fear around the COVID-19 pandemic to become even more aggressive and intimidating tenants. It is an emergency. State law in these cases is actually very limited. Harassment is only illegal in truly extreme cases, and even then a tenant has to prove that a landlord's intent was to actually drive them from their homes. Los Angeles needs to join other jurisdictions that have already moved to protect renters and pass this ordinance. Tenants and advocates have been pleading with city leaders to get this ordinance adopted for years, and as many Angelenos are facing precarious housing and financial realities, the time to act is now. In the longer term, this ordinance will deter unfair and abusive practices against tenants and will also help level the playing field, thereby creating more housing stability for Los Angeles communities. That's my comment. Thank you, members, and thank you, staff.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 5753. Please state your name and which items you'd like to speak on. Please press star 6 to unmute. Okay, moving on to the next one.
And I'm going to remind everyone, if you're listening on a different device, there may be a lag, but as soon as you hear your number being called, you're part of the meeting and you should be ready to speak.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 5064. Please press star 6 to unmute. State your names and which items you'd like to speak on. Once again, caller with the last 4 digits, 5064. Please press star 6 to unmute and state your name and which items you'd like to speak on. Going to move on to the next caller. Caller with the last 4 digits, 1403. Please state your name and what items you'd like to speak on, and press star 6 to unmute.
Did you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go right ahead.
Hello, Mr. Krikorian. This is Jack Humphreyville. I have a very quick comment. How does the Budget and Finance Committee intend to close the $735 million budget gap that was projected by the CAO in the first financial status report? That consists of a shortfall of $400 to $600 million in revenues. I happen to think it might be more, and $135 million in over expenditures. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 0206. Please press star 6 to unmute.
Hi, yes, my name is Susan Tunser. I am calling in regards to just general public comment. I believe that other people have also called in asking that this committee be able to kick back anti-harassment policy that is slated to come to your committee soon. We have been waiting way too long for this policy to be enacted, so that way we can keep more people housed. People are being harassed out of their housing into homelessness, and then the rest of the taxpayers have to pick up the tab through the city. So it doesn't make sense to me. If we want to see some financial workarounds to being able to address the flow of homelessness and stopping it, we should be able to stop harassment that is happening to our tenants. So I would ask that if the anti-harassment policy does come to this committee, please just kick it straight back to council so we can get this enacted as quickly as possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 1403. Please press *6 to unmute.
All items. General public comment, por favor.
Speak to your agenda items first, please.
Thank you, all master for Armenian goat. So we have hiring freezes. Hiring unfreezes. This is the problem with you niggers. You're broke. Why are you unfreezing the hiring freeze? Sharon So spent 8 months on this. Richard Llewellyn, you're giving him an ulcer. And we have Paul Koretz trying to undo the hiring freezes. Stop hiring new city niggers. Start laying off non-essential city niggers. Read the LA Times. The top story, Eric Garcetti puts us $600 million in the fucking hole with the Armenian goat. It's a top story. Read it. You won't believe what you're seeing. Look at all the slip and fall shit. Look at all those slip and falls. Everybody's slipping and falling on every crack of every goddamn thing imaginable. Now, fix the fucking streets or give every one of these people $100,000 check cash, their attorney $100,000, and a gift card to Starbucks for $100. That way we can get them all settled. So now we'll go to my general nigger public comment, if I may. Do I get my 1 minute?
You get your 1 minute starting now, yes.
Yes. You have a fucking faggot that's a mayor. And he's sitting there having staffers kissing men and grabbing their cock. No man wants his goddamn genitals to be grabbed. And a goddamn ugly-looking bald fucking Jew that Nuri wouldn't touch with a 10-foot fucking pole sucking his tongue. Now it's enough. You have to pay you guys off. But now you have to have sex from other men in the Getty Mansion? This has gone on long enough. I demand immediately that Bob Bleebenbold be put in as emergency budget chair. And I demand that Sharon So be appointed emergency mayor of the city of Los Angeles. The rest of you guys, go have a fucking cake. And finally, why are all these faggots in charge of us? Why? Ask Mike Bonin. Why would one man force his tongue down another man's throat when he eats pussy and not suck a cock? That's what I want to know. The late John Walsh was right. You guys are sucking the mayor's cock, and the mayor is a fucking faggot. Long live John Walsh. When you're done with the meeting, tune in. Amy Coney Barrett is going to be sworn in. 6-3 majority. You guys already lost the election.
Okay.
You guys
You're done, Mr. Spindler. Next caller, please. Next caller.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 4208. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Rob Quan. I'd like to speak on items 5, 7, and 8.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, so for item 5, I think it's really interesting that the CAO uses the particular words that he can't understate the magnitude of the situation we're facing when, for the last 6 months or so, he's been continually understating the magnitude of the situation we face all along the way. You know, the last time you spoke with him a month ago, he said, you know, it's not going to be a best case scenario of like 40 million or so, but it's not going to be a worst case scenario. And you all kind of had a little bit of relief with that, hearing that it won't be that $400 million range. And then we kind of slow walked into the whole STIP furlough thing, and, had all of these assumptions we were working with. And now we've seen that, those assumptions were entirely off. And I understand that, taking all of these revenues and everything coming in and receipts, it's complicated, but this is pretty shocking to see all of a sudden an elevation into the 600 million range. And that's not even addressing, what kind of spending we're doing in response to COVID and the fact that the state, feds, and county aren't going to be helping us out with a huge chunk of that new spending as well. You just got to open up those LAPD contracts. And it's just kind of baffling to see that there's really been no responsiveness from the CAO there, whereas we get, insight and tidbits on other contracts and other negotiations, but when it comes to LAPD, we don't get any of that detail. Back in May, I remember Councilmember Bonnet asking about the LAPD contracts. Pretty much every opportunity, he's brought up the LAPD contract. Lastly, I'd like to go on to the Petroleum Administrator, item 8. Back in June, y'all inquired about hiring a Petroleum Administrator. We're concerned to hear that the mayor was only looking internally, and I pushed back and said, we need expertise here, this isn't going to work. And now we're a year out, we don't have a Petroleum Administrator, and that position and the vacancy there is holding up the hiring of other positions. So I hope you actually really do press on that and figure out what you're doing there, because that's a position that's needed, not just, overseeing the administration of petroleum and oil drilling and all that, but, evaluating and sizing up the proposals to get a 2,500-foot setback. So you've got a lot ahead of you, but it's just kind of baffling to see these conversations get slow-walked month after month. And, the reality is you got to reopen those contracts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kwan. Next speaker, please.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 5753. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Ruby Rivera. I'm the Director of Community Organizing with Inner City Struggle. I'm here to ask for... Good afternoon. I am here to ask for a commitment from the City of LA to establish and fully fund the Office of Racial Equity. The Office of Racial Equity is fundamental to proactively addressing systems change in the city's policies, practices, and culture in order to effectively address systemic racism. It's also important to address that there is a difference between an Office of Racial Equity and the Department for Civil and Human Rights. They each have a distinct purpose and focus in their work. But together with the resources and funding they each require, they will enhance the mission, vision, and most importantly, the impact of the department as a whole. Although Mayor Garcetti announced in June that the Office of Racial Equity will be housed within the Department of Civil and Human Rights, on July 1st, at the onset of National Racial Reckoning, we are deeply concerned that the Immigrant Affairs Committee has asked the CLA and CAO for a feasibility report on whether this office should or should not be established within this department. We strongly urge you to seriously take into account the memorandum sent to you last week from the Embrace Equity Alliance, where we uplift our demand to establish the kind of Office of Racial Equity our communities need and deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Caller with the phone number with the last 4 digits, 6068. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Please state your name and the items you'd like to speak on.
Hi, this is Richie Sergenko from Sunrise Movement LA and People City Council. I'd like to speak on all available items and general public comment.
Go right ahead.
Okay, so start off with agenda item 5, the report relative to the first financial status report for 2020-2021. Because of Garcetti's failed reopening, the city now estimates we will face a shortfall of budget revenues up to $600 million. Last month, the CAO told you a far rosier picture that we weren't looking at a worst-case scenario of being $400 million short. There's no way to make that math work when we ignore the elephant in the room that consumes 50% of our discretionary budget. You need to defund the police. We've been calling about this for months. And now it's like, this is like a dire situation, and you all have control over the budget. Last month, all but 3 of our council members refused to ask LAPD to come back to the negotiating table. Aside from Councilmember Bonin, none of you have pushed the CAO's office on LAPD negotiations. Why are you all afraid of the LAPPL? Jamie McBride is a violent, dangerous person. Tony McBride, his daughter, is a murderer. Those are the kind of people that you are like being afraid to. Like, what? Your constituents, Angelinos, are calling in saying defund the police, but yet the LAPPL, these violent people at the LAPPL, that's who you're sitting at the table with and negotiating these contracts. City council, you all would rather go into a fiscal emergency rather than ask LAPD to make the slightest sacrifice. The CAO report shows that even if we have an economic recovery that begins this year, we will still face significant deficits for the next 4 years. Agenda item 7, the CAO report relative to the 2021 hiring freeze, status of September 18th. Because council refuses to defund the police, we are in a fiscal emergency and under a hiring freeze. Essential city services are being sacrificed to pad the paychecks of the LAPD. You're defunding every other department, while allowing LAPD to run amok. You're not showing that you actually care about Angelinos when you don't go after the LAPD. We've been saying defund the police. We've been calling about it for months and months. We had a survey of 25,000 people. How many times has City Council surveyed 25,000 people to get their opinion in Los Angeles? How many times? You guys, that data was provided to you by the people's budget, by volunteers. Because
Thank you.
they want to change what's going on in Los Angeles.
Time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 5846. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hi. I'm calling from Koreatown. My name's TJ Spar. I'd like to give public comment.
Go right ahead.
And
1 minute.
I'm calling.
I'm sorry. Before you begin, I'm sorry. Did you want to speak to agenda items or just general public comment?
General public comment, please.
Okay, 1 minute, please.
I was unable to pay rent in April. I've lost both of my jobs I was working, and neither of them have reopened. So my landlord asked me to repay, and I told her that we had a year under, this temporary ordinance that's, been put into effect to repay. And she persisted in requiring that we pay her immediately. So it just goes to show, unless you want additional health problems with homelessness, you need to pass an ordinance that will permanently protect people from this kind of harassment. Again, do it for the constituents who you supposedly represent, and keep landlords within their rights and give us protection. I yield my time. Defund the police.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Mr. Chair, there are no more speakers in the queue.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to all of those who called in. So we can now proceed to the consent items that I had mentioned, members, and I'll go through those again. The recommendation was that items 10 through 15 and 19 through 21 would be proposed for consent approval. Does anybody have any of those items that they would like to call special? Just call necessarily seen you all.
Mr. Chair, I may want to pull item number 11, a special after discussions of the FSR.
Okay. Well, we'll have to take that as a yes. Then that will be special. So
yes, for now.
Yeah. Okay. Any others, members? Okay, seeing none, then let me go ahead and read the recommendations on those items. So for item 10, the recommendation would be to concur with the Public Safety Committee and approve the CAO's recommendations. On item 12, the recommendation is to approve. Item 13, the recommendation is to note and file the CAO reports. Item 14, the recommendation is to concur in the Public Works and Gang Reduction Committee action. On item 15, the recommendation is to concur in the Public Works and Gang Reduction Committee and approve the draft ordinance. Item 19, the recommendation is to approve the recommendations of the Office of Finance, and that is the same recommendation on number 20 and 21 as well. So, with those recommendations, if there's no objection to proceeding, we can go ahead and vote on those matters as consent items. So let's go ahead and call the roll on items 10, 12 through 15, and 19 through 21, as I just recommended.
Thank you. And just for clarification, on item 10, there is a correction to the grant award. It is $125,000. I will take the roll. Krikorian.
Thank you.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Koretz.
Aye.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Aye.
5 ayes. These items are approved per the chair's recommendations.
Very good. Thank you very much, members. That will take us then to item number 5, the FSR. I'd like to ask the CA, well, first let's go ahead and call the matter, and then I'd like to invite the CAO to come up to present.
Item number 5 is the City Administrative Officer report relative to the first financial status report for fiscal year 2020-21.
Thank you, and do we have the CAO to report? Who do we have with the CAO who will be presenting this report? We're not hearing anybody.
So I believe we're going to open with Mr. Llewellyn. He may be having a problem with his muting.
Here he is. Mr. Llewellyn, we can see you.
Let's see. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, we can hear you now as well. Good afternoon.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and council members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to begin today's discussion. In September, looking at early data, we reported that this year's revenues could fall 200 to 400 million below budget. At that time, you instructed us to coordinate the development of spending reduction proposals to address that shortfall. In this first FSR before you today, we present a fuller picture of the city's current financial condition based on 2 months of spending and 3 months of revenue data. And now, largely driven by the ongoing pandemic, our financial situation has worsened significantly. Our general fund revenues are likely to fall 400 to 600 million below budget this year. We also report concerns on the expenditure side. We are overspending the general fund budget by almost $140 million. Still, we have potential shortfalls for most of that overspending. Our main concerns are revenue shortfalls. Unfortunately, I cannot overstate the magnitude of the financial challenge. The potential of $600 million in revenue shortfalls represents fully 9% of the city's 2021 budget. And unfortunately, as your committee well knows, the city's reserves cannot solve a deficit of that size. While this council, headed by your committee, has worked very hard to build up the city's reserves since the last Great Recession, we were required to use nearly $200 million from the reserve fund just to close last year when revenues collapsed in the last quarter. Our reserve fund now stands below the 5% policy threshold for the first time in close to a decade. We may need to tap into our remaining reserves at some point this year. Still, it is both against your policy and, quite frankly, too risky to use all of our reserves, even in this very hard year. Just today, we have staff who've been evacuated because of the fires in Orange County as just one example. While our pressing problem right now is this year's budget, recent decisions by the retirement boards to update assumptions by which our pension contributions are calculated, combined with potentially ongoing lower revenues due to the post-pandemic recession, will mean that the budget gaps looking ahead the next 4 years, which we've already been projecting in our outlook, may get worse, likely will get worse. Your council and the mayor have called on Washington to pass an economic stimulus bill which directly addresses our revenue loss. They should, but until that happens, we must prepare to face this current and ongoing challenge by reducing spending, starting this year. Following your direction, every city department is working with our office on possible spending cuts. In the next FSR in December, we will present recommendations for spending cuts. These will be difficult decisions, and decisions that will certainly impact the services on which our residents rely, but they'll be necessary. One final point, in past recessions, our special funds have generally remained stronger, and they served as an additional source of revenue and support to the general fund to help address general fund shortfalls. Again, unfortunately, many of our special funds revenue sources have been hard hit by the pandemic. Either sales tax based, parking revenue based, they're hurting as well. We are recommending in this report that you take steps now to mitigate these special fund losses in transportation and public works funds by adjusting funding sources in some cases to the best available source, by delaying projects in other course, and quite frankly by cutting spending as well. These cuts too, we realize, are painful. I will remain available to answer any questions, but I first wanted to turn to Wilson Poon to walk you through the details of the report, and our revenue expert, Melissa Krantz, will be here to address your questions on revenues. So if you're good, we can continue, or I'm happy to answer any initial questions now. Up to you, Mr. Chair.
Why don't we go ahead and hear from the rest of your office first, and then we'll come back with collective questions.
Great. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Poon, welcome. Mr. Poon?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's all right. We're all doing it. Go right ahead. Good afternoon.
So I want to begin my presentation on page 4 with our revenue table. As Rich mentioned, we are $146 million below plan as of September. This table breaks down that amount by revenue source. Our biggest revenue shortfall is in our departmental receipts at $55 million. About $20 million of this is related to related cost reimbursements from special funds. As Rich mentioned, the pandemic has also negatively impacted our special fund revenues to the point that some special funds are not able to pay for related costs. We also have about a $20 million shortfall from MTA reimbursements for LEPD services as they've reduced those services. We continue to see shortfalls in business and sales tax, and each month this pandemic continues, these numbers will continue to get worse. We also see shortfalls in parking fines, but we are expecting receipts to increase as the city recently lifted its relaxed parking restrictions. Documentary transfer tax, we are seeing a decline in home sales And property tax, the most significant risk here will be the continued delinquencies by property owners. Something important to note is that most of these revenues will not be recovered. Next, I kind of wanted to turn to our expenditures, which begins on page 7. So on page 7, we've highlighted some of the key findings in the FSR. Projected expenditures in this report include the deferral of furloughs. As you're going to see in Table 2 later on, most of the departments reporting over expenditures are related to the deferral of the 8 furlough days. We have also captured the deferral of the 7 additional furlough days as a citywide number of $1.6 million. We also have our separation incentive program. We're projecting $2.6 million in savings from SIP. And again, we are tracking this as a citywide number for now. But once we have retirement dates for those SIP participants, we can provide a more accurate number and break down this cost by department. As you know, this number went down from $13 million, which we initially estimated. That was based on a September implementation date, and now we're looking at a November implementation date. This, of course, assumes that we hold the line on hiring and not backfilling any SIP vacancies. The city's hiring freeze policy, the budget assumed a certain level of salary savings as a result of the hiring freeze policy. Most departments were reporting some level of over expenditures since these savings have yet to materialize. So we're hoping that as we go along the year, and again, assuming that we can hold the line on hiring, we'll reach those savings by the year end. We also saw that departments with special or grant funded employees that were assigned to the Disaster Service Workers Program were reporting over expenditures since the DSW work is not an eligible expenditure from those special funds or grant funds. And so an alternative funding source will need to be identified later this year. The projected expenditures in the report also take into consideration the mayor's cost containment policies. Departments and analysts were instructed not to include any future expenditures that were not previously approved by the mayor pursuant to his memo. We also saw some over expenditures related to costs that we thought could be reimbursed from COVID relief funds or FEMA disaster grants. And instead of trying to extract those costs out of the narrative, we just left them in and kind of left a statement in there that we could see some reimbursements for some of those costs. Next, I kind of want to jump to page 9 is our Table 2, which is our $119 million in overspending this year. And please keep in mind, this does not take into account the $400 to $600 million in revenue loss. As you can see from Table 2, most of the over expenditures on the departmental level is attributed to the deferral of the 8 furlough days. You'll also see under the non-departmental heading that there's another $40.6 million attributed to the 7 additional furlough days that were deferred. And then next, I want to jump to Table 3 on page 10 on the next page. This is our budget balancing table. Again, this doesn't include the $400 to $600 million in revenue losses and just the $119 million in overspending. We also have about $18 million in general fund appropriations required to address special fund revenue shortfalls in the zoo in El Pueblo, as well as our traffic safety fund, which we'll discuss later in section 3 of this report. This leaves us with a total budget gap of $137 million for the year to solve. In this FSR, we have recommendations to transfer about $10 million from the UB and an additional $111 million in future actions. Also from the UB, this will address most of this gap, but we still have a $15.74 million budget gap to solve. As Rich mentioned, we're planning to submit a budget reduction proposal in the next FSR to address this remaining budget gap. And as I also previously stated, we also hope that some of the savings from the hiring freeze policy will materialize throughout the year. So this is our roadmap for this year. And then on page 11, we have our city reserves. As we have about on table 4, you'll see that there's $414 million in our reserves, which is 6.19% of our general fund revenues. If you remove the $42 million in the UB reserve, which we've already assumed in our budget balancing table, it leaves us with about $370 million in our reserves. And as Rich emphasized, this is not sufficient to cover the $400 to $600 million revenue shortfall. Next, I want to jump to page 13. This is our four-year outlook. The four-year outlook was based on the budget that was enacted on June 1st. It projects deficits in the next 4 years. And of course, these deficits would only get worse depending on how long this pandemic continues. We also wanted to highlight, as Rich mentioned, the civilian and sworn pension systems reduced their assumed rate of return from 7.25% to 7%, which would increase the city's contribution by $127 million. Next in our report, we have our sections 1 and 2. This is just our departmental and non-departmental sections, which we've kind of gone through in our table 2. The last section I kind of want to highlight is starts on page 56 in the back. This is our section 3, our transportation and public works special funds discussion. Usually the FSR focuses on general fund revenues and expenditures, but as I mentioned, the pandemic has also negatively impacted our special fund revenues, especially those that are tied to sales tax or parking or citation revenues. So we are projecting a $91 million revenue loss across these special funds, and the recommendations in this report will reduce that shortfall to $6.8 million. Of this $91 million amount, $50 million is tied to our special parking revenue fund. And one of the biggest impacts will be the loss of $28 million from the surplus transfer, which we assumed in the budget. We also previously mentioned our traffic safety fund, a $2.78 million revenue shortfall. This fund funds our crossing guards, and so we've included a recommendation for DOT to report back on a plan to address the budget shortfall. In this section, we're basically realigning funding sources from funds with structural deficits to those funds that do have the capacity to take on those projects. We're sweeping any contingency or surplus funds. We're deferring projects, and we're trying to do our best to increase related cost reimbursements to the general fund. There are no layoffs as a result of these recommendations, and the urgency of including this in the first FSR was to prevent departments from committing significant time and resources into projects where there was no going to be any funding. So this really concludes my presentation. I am available to answer any questions. We also have staff from our office and department staff that are available to answer any of your questions.
Thank you very much. And are we also going to hear from Ms. Krantz?
I can do a presentation if you'd like, or I could just answer questions.
If you have something that you'd like to add to the presentation, by all means go ahead, and then we'll take questions collectively.
This is Melissa Krantz from the Office of the CAO. I won't go over too much because Wilson had covered it all. I just wanted to give some caveats about our estimate. The range that is out there is based on what we know now, as well as some limited projections that we have from industry experts. That would be covering assumptions that we have for our hotel taxes and sales tax and property taxes and documentary transfer tax. We have still a lot of unknowns. We, of course, don't know when the shutdowns would end, and that is a big driver of our current shortfalls. And also with regards to the projections that we do have, those are based on information that these industry experts have through September. So, of course, they are making their own assumptions about the health of the economy, and those too might change. So hopefully the range that we have is realistic for now. We do hope to come back with some expanded expectations for those taxes that we don't have any information on right now, and that is namely the property tax and business tax. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Llewellyn, anything else to add before we go to members?
No, sir, I think it's time for questions, sir.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the presentation. As dire as it may be, and as sobering as I hope it is for the entire city family. It's not something that any of us wants to hear, but we have to hear it because there's no getting around this. There's no denying it. There's no way to soft pedal the emergency situation that this city faces as a result of the extraordinary emergencies that our nation is facing with COVID-19 and the significant collapse of the economy and the revenues that come with it. I do want to say that it has taken us, this committee and the entire council, 8 years to build up the reserves that we have built up. 8 years of putting money away for the time that we knew would come when the economy went south. Throughout that entire time period, I don't think any of us could have ever anticipated the degree and the speed at which the economy would turn. And I don't think anybody realistically could have anticipated that. But we did do the important work of building up this largest reserve in the history of the city of Los Angeles. Over $500 million set aside for when revenues would decline. We can see very clearly now from this report, if there was any doubt about it when we were considering the budget for this year, if there was any doubt about it throughout the first quarter of this year, if there was any doubt about it when we heard from finance that revenues would come in significantly below the budgeted amount, no one in this city should have any doubt about it anymore. This is not a situation that can be resolved through anything else other than emergency action. And we've sort of become comfortable in this committee, I think, with the idea that during an FSR, CAO reports that there's certain shortfalls in revenues or there's certain departments that are spending beyond their budgeted amounts, and we fix it. And we always have. We've always fixed it for 8 years. Well, right now we're in a situation unlike anything that we have ever seen. And since over 80% of what we spend money on is people and the cost of those people, we need to all be very clear and very prepared for the idea that a reduction of the kind of the magnitude we're talking about is going to mean a loss of services, significant loss of services from people, or a significant loss of compensation to those people, one or the other. And so it's going to be imperative as we move forward for the next FSR to get very clear proposals from every department about their cost reduction plans. The mayor's asked them to already begin that exercise. It's going to be imperative that that exercise be taken very seriously, and I would recommend that departments focus on what their core services are and be prepared to recommend jettisoning services that are not part of their core services in their entirety, rather than trying to preserve someone's sacred cow and ensuring that nothing gets done well because there's been furloughs or layoffs across the board. We need to be prepared to say the city cannot afford to do X, Y, or Z anymore. We just have to be prepared for that. And I ask every department to be courageous enough to make those recommendations to us as we go forward. With regard to personnel costs, every one of our labor unions needs to hear this from me and I hope from others in this committee and others throughout the city family. We have to reduce personnel costs, and that can only come in one of three ways. It could come by renegotiating contracts or massive furloughs or layoffs. There are no other options. So we need to take the discussions with all of our labor unions very seriously about joining together in a collective response to this emergency situation. We can't nibble around the edges. We need to be prepared to take this bull by the horns and make major reductions in the cost of personnel. So I think that's about all I have to say about this at this time. I'm going to have recommendations over the next few weeks and months regarding other things that we will need to be doing. This is not the day that I'm going to present those recommendations, but I just can't emphasize enough how essential it is that we not get caught up in bureaucrat ease and think about accounting terms and charts and graphs and lose sight of the fact that this city was devastated by this national emergency. And we likely will, eventually have some revenues to offset some of that, whether it's through FEMA reimbursement, whether it's through another stimulus package, and so on. Sometime in the future, some of this may come to the city, but it would be absolutely irresponsible for us to count on that until it's reasonable to do so. And right now it isn't reasonable to do so. So with that, I'm happy to go to members for questions. Mr. Bonnet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you really for your comments. We're in rough shape right now, but we'd be in rougher shape if it hadn't been for your diligent stewardship and your prudence over the past few years. I have worked for the city for a long time, and I have seen good years and I have seen bad years. I can't really say I've seen a good year since I've been on the council. They've been decent years, but they're not like the years I remember from, during the Hahn administration. We were flush with cash, and we were starting new programs and doing a lot of things. We've not had a good year. We've had years where we've been inching and clawing back, and a lot of our services still haven't come back. We just got speed humps back. We just started doing alleys. We just a couple years ago started going from the part-time to the full-time traffic officers. We just started moving tree trimming back in-house. All those things, we're just finally starting to come back. And now we're here again. And, I worked for a member of this committee during the last fiscal collapse. And I know what's ahead. This is going to be brutal and it's going to be ugly. And I want to thank Mr. Krikorian, and I want to echo his call to our labor partners. Is there really are three ways. I mean, it's layoffs, it's furloughs, and it's renegotiation. And very early on, I was calling and saying I was urging the police union to come to the table. They're the biggest kahuna of them all, and a lot of our civilian unions are already getting hit with potential furloughs and unpaid days off. I'm urging them, please, to come to the table. The best way you can protect and serve Los Angeles now is shared sacrifice. The city and the city government is bleeding. I want to just ask a couple things. One, when we start getting these cost reduction plans, I want to echo Mr. Krikorian's comment about not getting caught up in bureaucraties. I want to know very clearly how many personnel need to be lost by this. I'm concerned less about the dollar figure. What does it mean for personnel being lost, and what does it mean for services being cut? Does this mean we pave, X fewer miles a street? Does this mean we can install X fewer number of traffic signals this year? I think we just need to be very candid about that and not hide the ball and know what it is we're cutting. The other thing I wanted to ask is, I was urging earlier in the year about the police union because I knew that by the time we got around to it, it was going to be too late to have much of an impact. And lo and behold, that's where we are. So I want to ask about some other ways to generate revenue. I know we're dealing right now with how do we stop the hemorrhaging, but because I've only seen years where we've clawed back and we've never had flush years, we need to be looking at other ways of getting money. So I've had a proposal in since February. It's gone through Housing Committee asking us to look not just at a vacancy tax, but also at a potential flipping tax that if you sell a home in a short period of time, 3 years or something like that, for an extreme profit, it's subject to a higher tax. I've also asked us to look at an out-of-state transaction tax so that if something is being sold to somebody out of state, whether it's a corporation or an LLC or an individual, that there would be a higher source of revenue that we could generate from that. I'm not sure which of those are restricted through Prop 13, but we need to look at those. And what I'm particularly interested in looking at real estate, because right now our real estate market is screwed up and upside down and diminishing affordable housing and throwing people out on the street because it's become a place for people to speculate and play with and hide money. And we need to be seriously looking at those potentials. Also, increasing the documentary transfer tax. I mean, I think those are things that we need to look at, and I'm happy to start that conversation. There's a motion in there that I hope starts it, but are we looking, Rich, at this point at ideas for generating additional revenue?
So, Councilmember, most of those ideas you mentioned are not short-term ideas. They would mostly require a vote of the people. Mm-hmm. So I do think we've sort of had that. Some of those same things should have been on sort of the wish list. But I do think there is a concern about, quite frankly, whether revenue proposals would pass our residents right now in the depths of the COVID recession. But we will certainly need to be looking at those again by 2022 for sure, if we have started to come out.
For sure. I mean, partially what we're seeing here in this recession is that a lot of people are a lot worse off and some people are getting a lot better off. And part of what these proposals look at is trying to get some revenue from those who have profited from the recession. I got a couple specific questions, but I guess I can wait for the departments on that. So that's it for now. Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Llewellyn.
Thank you, Mr. Bryant. Members? Mr. Blumenfield, followed by Mr. Kretz.
Thank you. First, I also want to echo the concerns that our chair raised, and actually what Mr. Bonnet said as well. But we need to look at everything, and the solutions that we've had so far haven't produced what we want them to. Just quite frankly, like the SIP, we're down to $2.5 million, and that's basically neutral. That's if you divide it by the number of employees, that's $2,000 a person that we're getting for losing all that brain power. So, originally we were thinking that was going to be preventing some of the furloughs and all of these other things, which is why we moved it forward. But then as it rolls out, it's not producing it. So I'm frustrated, as we all are, and sobered by the reality that we're looking at. It is quite frightening. But the longer that we wait to make the cuts, the deeper they're going to be for the remainder of the fiscal year. So I know we're waiting to see maybe a new administration will treat us differently, but I worry about the longer we put this off, the deeper that hole is and the more painful those cuts are, and that's just a reality. Couple of questions. The special funded positions, I know you talked about them, some of them being underfunded right now, but as I understand it, there are a number of special positions that are seeing surpluses as well, special funds that are seeing surpluses. And I'm not sure why, but that may be because they're requiring activities that can't be done during COVID. So are we working with those departments to make sure that they spend those funds out? Because those funds at least can have a positive impact on the city as they reimburse for other things.
I think, sir, the short answer is yes. I mean, certainly our goal has been to bring down every dime of special fund revenue and every possible special fund spending. It's good because it's generating service, and it's also good because it's generating general fund related costs in the background. So we are working and trying to help departments move money to funding that is fundable, that is spendable if they have a block in one fund versus another. So the short answer is yes.
Okay, just because that's, I know we're reducing the funds, but where the services are there and where the funds are in surplus, we ought to be going the other direction and trying to blow that out and spend it, because that will help. I was a little curious about the MTA issue Mr. Poon brought up. He's saying that we're seeing a shortfall of $20 million in MTA. If you could explain that to me a little bit, because we're not providing the services. Why are we seeing a shortfall? Are we somehow being left with the cost here of MTA not contracting out? Why is that resulting in a $20 million loss for us?
So the short answer of it is our budget was premised on delivering more service. It's not that we're paying for a service we're not delivering. We're just not delivering as much, so our revenue is down. They are calling in our people less, so our revenue is down. And the budget, which was obviously made in April, assumed a higher level of public safety service at the MTA.
But it doesn't result in a shortfall. I mean, it's less revenue, but we're not performing those jobs because MTA is not paying for it. That overtime, is that right?
It is less revenue, and we're still hiring the same people. So some of the overtime we're saving, but some of it, they do have a large MTA staff. We now have an MTA unit that is significant in and of itself. So the revenue shortfall is going to be some real pain, not just cutting out an overtime hour for an overtime hour.
Right, in as much as we can reposition that to other parts of our. I mean, it's not fair that we've built in all these positions based on what they promised us. They're not delivering. So we need to I'm not saying obviously not laying people off, but just repurposing folks to all the areas that we are in need in terms of our policing. So I feel like we should not be losing money on that deal. That should be Metro's. They're not getting the service because they're not paying for it, but we shouldn't be losing.
Yes, sir.
The FEMA stuff. I mean, you mentioned that in the report that we're not banking on it, but again, I'm like a broken record on this. This is the only revenue source that we can get. We need to put every resource we can into reimbursing, and I think people are starting to come around that there are more things that can be reimbursed through FEMA and even through CARES, and we need to stretch that and reimburse whatever we can. I know we're not allowed to technically replace revenues, but there's a balancing act. There's something in between there. And I guess that's. I mean, there are so many. We're in a world of hurt right now with all this, and I know we're going to move forward. And I've got questions for some of the other departments, but we've got to look at not just how we stop the hemorrhaging, but also how we deal with this with the revenue, because that is the huge elephant in the room. So with that, thank you.
Councilmember and Mr. Chair, if I can make one comment on FEMA. As you know, FEMA normally pays their reimbursement funding mechanism, and they actually reimburse once the incident is over. When the fire's done, then you submit your bills, and they reimburse. So FEMA's traditionally and always been a lagger. It's not any kind of upfront. They have a smaller program now where you can get some of your money upfront or based on estimates. But we will ultimately achieve, going back to Mr. Corrigan's opening, substantial FEMA reimbursement over the next 2 to 3 years. We will not see a great deal of it this year because of the way FEMA is a reimbursement and a post-hoc agency. And I would like to say one sort of general comment to you, particularly Mr. Krikorian as the chair all these years. While I think this is a dramatic and drastic fiscal position, I do not want to understate that. This committee, going back to Mr. Bonin's comment, has been around the block. One of the things our rating agencies always tell us is our ability to manage and roll with the crisis is actually one of our strongest kind of rating evaluation points. I want our residents to hear, no matter how bumpy the next few months are, the city will balance its budget. I am confident of that. And our ratings agencies generally are too, because you people have had to make hard decisions before and will make them again. I don't want to be Pollyannish about making hard decisions, but I do think it's an important message thanking you for your leadership and the city's recognition that, you know, the rubber will hit the road.
One more question, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead, Mr.
The federal reimbursement, I mean, how much, I know we're all hoping that they're going to come through, but just doing the math, you know, even if they gave $1 trillion to local government, that still wouldn't produce, and you divided that up equally percentage-wise across the country in terms of populations, that still wouldn't get us, I don't think, our numbers.
But we get $1 billion of that.
So we do, if it was $1 trillion, I'd be kind of happy.
I mean, because the state would take, I guess it depends on your assumptions of how much the state would take versus the county and the city. But when I was doing the back of the envelope, I was assuming, you know, I was thinking even if that was the number, we'd probably get around $500 or $600 million at the most.
I think more than that. One thing I encourage you, which, first off, I think $1 trillion would be considerably more than that. Secondly, the first CARES number, which did a little differently, we did get a direct allocation. We got a sort of a percentage, our share, as opposed to going to the state and then sort of fighting with other jurisdictions for the state's pot.
Right.
That was, I think, very important to us. Certainly your legislative delegation in Washington is pushing for a direct city share as opposed to just going to the state, going to the county, and then sort of competing. We need another stimulus bill, but we also need a direct city share. That is the fairest way to do it and the cleanest way.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm almost not sure where to start, but I guess I'll start by saying that we have the three ways to primarily deal with this shortfall that our chair outlined. We shouldn't forget the fourth way, although I think it is just a fraction of what we need. But we do have the ability to find efficiencies in city government and save some money that way. And Mr. Blumenfield, I think, touched on a couple of them. But first I would ask, because I certainly remember the last emergency, which started right when I got here on council in 2009, and probably a little bit before that. We had a number of suggestions from Labor for Efficiencies, some of which our labor partners' suggestions were taken into effect and did save the city a decent amount of money. Are we working closely with our labor partners and others to find similar efficiencies? Assuming they're out there, certainly we exhausted a lot of good ideas in the last round for changes to be made in city practices, but I'm sure there are still more.
The short answer is yes, sir. We've asked our labor partners for any ideas on things like contracting in, but ideally a very concrete ideas about this kind of contract or that kind of contract, not sort of at the 200,000 foot level, and other ways that we can in fact cut costs. So we are working with them. I don't have great answers for you yet, but we are working with them.
I think that's a good sign. We were more hesitant to do that the last time. Also, the pension fund numbers, I believe it was $127 million. Is that an annual additional expenditure for the city?
Unfortunately, yes, sir.
So I would say, and I suspect Mr. Krikorian would agree with me, that our own pension system is shooting us in the foot. And I would ask if there is a way to not pay that money. Are we able to defer it? If we refuse to pay it now because we don't have the money, would they sue us? What would they do? Could we create some sort of a deal where we deferred payment but agreed we still had to make it, but got an agreement to defer for 2 or 3 years? Because that additional unanticipated cost, I think, really helps blow a hole in our budget this year and every year.
So, sir, we have good relationships with both of our pension systems on ways to structure payments. But one of the things that's been one of the city's hallmarks is we fully pay our pension and our health care for retirees. We report it and we pay it every year. I think that's been one of your rating strengths, and I encourage you to keep that to the extent possible. But there are ways you can finance pensions. Any kind of financing really means a way of borrowing, but we're certainly going to be looking at that, and if we have to make those recommendations to you, we will do so.
Yeah, I think either borrowing or just asking the pensions to let us float it, to borrow it from them, in essence, without interest. I've always felt that we're too insistent on changing our numbers to the detriment of the city. We continue to do that. I think it's a significant mistake for us right now at the worst possible time. I also wonder if there's any way to tie repayment to some of the FEMA money so that when that comes back in, we can use that to cover pensions. And we'll know that it's coming, and they'll know that it's coming. But just the absolute wrong time to be spending it.
So, Mr. President, just to be clear, our pension bill has been paid for this year. That is, we are expecting our pension bill to go up for next year. That is a next year problem, but as you point out, a substantial one. The pension system both systems have worked with the city in the past about essentially letting them buy into a new rate. But the interest rate the system charges is their assumed earnings rate on that money. So in today's marketplace, it's a very high interest rate. Their assumed earnings is 7%, which is considerably higher than the interest rate out in the marketplace right now.
I would be asking to have them float us that money without interest. So,
sir, if we get there. But again, that's a next year problem. But it's on our list. We have to solve it.
But that's a very serious next year problem. Also, on the more immediate, the amount of money that we're looking to save now from SIP is outrageously small. I suspect if we expected that number to be so small, we probably wouldn't have done it. And it's also my observation that part of it is the fact that we've been unnecessarily slow in implementing, and it seemed every couple weeks we delay it 2 more weeks, and maybe we'll do it, maybe we won't. It's something our labor partners noted to us that needed to be acted on immediately to have the kind of savings, and our plan to roll it out and to process people is incredibly shockingly slow. And that is much of why I believe this will give us so little in return. Is there any way we can have people on overtime, we can hire people on a temporary contract basis to help us blow people out the door? I can't imagine that we wouldn't save much more in costs than we would expend if we did it more quickly.
Councilmember, yes and yes to all of what you said. The faster we get people out, the more we save. The pension system, Lacers has been actually good partners on this. They have hired people back on 120 days. They're doing more overtime. They have, with the mayor's help, borrowed people from other agencies in the city to assist their kind of surge workload. What the system will tell you is the unfortunate part is their surge workload is largely specialized, and it is difficult. It's not just the need for just a smart management analyst or a smart administrative clerk. They're looking for more kind of pension knowledge, but they have done everything you suggest, including setting up war rooms, bringing in more people. So they're doing what they can to process many more retirements than they normally would each month. But there is just a limit mechanically, is what they'll tell you.
So can we look at altering our 4-month rehire for this period and allow people that we can rehire to help process to do it for as long as we can? Is there really no other way to pay people? Because every day that we take longer, I'm imagining we're losing that much more money. And this program was never anticipated to save $2 or $3 million. It was initially supposed to save 30 or 40 million. And the slower we are, the less we save.
Sir, the short answer is I agree with everything you're saying. And we're happy to report back on if there's anything that sort of would help the pension system process people faster. Again, they're feeling this, I hate to say, my brother Neil, they're feeling the stress too. They're trying to figure out a way to get people out of the door. They know everybody's watching them, and they're doing everything they can to get people down the pipeline. But we're happy to report back if there's anything else they can do.
Okay. I've said this probably the last couple budgets, but it seems to me, since one of our always bright spots in revenue, and I assume that hasn't changed at all, is marijuana. And yet we still have hundreds of illegal marijuana places, and we are not adequately funding enforcement. Are there more things that we could spend money on to make money? Because as we push people out of the more dangerous health-wise and illegal marijuana establishments, they then would sort of be pushed into the legal places that do all the health things that they should and make sure that marijuana that they're vaping aren't causing lung diseases like now. But topical of this, we would presumably make an extra 10 or 20 million if we got them all shut down. Can we focus on that as a way to earn more money?
So, Councilmember, I'm hardly the expert, but I do believe that sort of balance between how much enforcement you pay for versus the revenue is something your council, the mayor, has struggled with each budget year. I don't know if there's an exact right number. I believe the city's doing what it can to shut down illegals, but we certainly can report back on whether there's anything else we can do. Obviously, it would cost money to make money, as you say, and it's a balancing act.
And I think that would be a good one this year. We just never seem to get there, and I'd certainly encourage that. So just a few thoughts. I'm sure there'll be many more from all of us in the days ahead, but let's look for those opportunities as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kretz. Members, anything else for the CAO before we take up departments? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Llewellyn, and to you and your staff. Let's go ahead, if we can, and start with the fire department, please.
Good afternoon, Councilmember. This is Delilah Puccio with the Office of the CAO. Did you have specific questions regarding the fire department?
I do, and I noted the breakdown of the, I hate the word overspending because it sounds, it has implications that shouldn't be included in this. Spending beyond plan, I think, is probably a better phrase. There was spending in excess of what was budgeted for the fire department, and much of that is completely understandable given the extraordinary circumstances we've faced, the extraordinary fire season, the need to be called out, in mutual aid, COVID, and the role that our firefighters have taken in responding to COVID. But in the breakdown, first of all, I wasn't clear on why it was that there was unanticipated, unbudgeted, sworn salary expenditures other than overtime expenses. So I'm sorry, I'm not getting to that point in the report right at the second, but there's about $8 million that was for sworn salaries that was beyond the reimbursable part for mutual aid and beyond excess overtime. So just if you could kind of walk us through what the breakdown of the department's overage was in expenditures, that would be great.
Sure. I'll go over the large over expenditures, starting with salaries sworn. We anticipated an 8.3 overspending, and part of that is this is such a large account for the fire department that we are using some of these funds to pay other expenditures. For example, you'll see that we're transferring $4.3 million from this account to operating supplies account to pay for mutual aid invoices that the department received from prior years. So that is part of the $8 million. In addition to that, the department did receive a one-time reduction in the 2020-21 adopted budget in the amount of $4.6 million that contributed to this deficit. And then the department is also transferring $3 million to their salary sworn account with their recently approved council motion to offset sworn expenditures. So that contributed to the overall over expenditure that you see for this account.
Okay. So as you're looking forward to the rest of the fiscal year, are you anticipating making adjustments in staffing or in those other line items that you mentioned, or in receiving reimbursements from mutual aid or otherwise that will bring the salary budget back into balance?
I will let the department report on any specifics to the hiring plan, but they have already indicated restructuring of some sort to generate savings for this account. In addition, this FSR includes a transfer from IGT funds to reduce the overall deficit, but the department has already taken steps to bring this account. Originally, I think they reported a deficit of $12 million, and now it's brought down to 8.3. So gradually, you have seen a reduction.
Okay, and the very large amount of mutual aid expenditures that we've made in support of wildfire response and so forth, is it likely that we'll receive reimbursement for those expenditures within the fiscal year?
We anticipate receiving reimbursements throughout the year. When they come in is not certain. The department has consistently reported in the mid-year FSR where we are in receiving reimbursements, but for the most part, there's not a clear schedule of when they would come. Some reimbursements may come into next fiscal year. I know recently through the fiscal year, we anticipate $6 million of mutual aid deployment, which was the $3 million from the UB and the $3 million transfer you see here. When those reimbursements will come in, that's uncertain. We may receive reimbursements this fiscal year for mutual aid services that were provided last fiscal year. So those come in over time, and the department would know more or less what to receive and when we could receive that.
Sir, Emilio Rodriguez with the Administrative Services Bureau for the Fire Department. Just to add to Lila's comments, it takes the state and federal agencies an average of 6 months to turn around on reimbursement. So given where we are at the point in the fiscal year, we may see some of that added cost reimbursed in the current year, but much of it is likely to carry over into next year. And the reimbursements we're receiving now, it's kind of a mixture of last year's and prior year's funding, so you can't really match what we spend in any given year with the actual revenue we get.
Right. Okay. I can only imagine that given the magnitude of the wildfire circumstance and the fact that so many agencies have been so heavily burdened by that response, and every local agency and the state government are all suffering from the same kinds of revenue shortfalls that we are as well, that's probably going to stretch out the reimbursement process even longer than it normally would, again pointing up the urgent need for the federal government to respond with both FEMA reimbursements and revenue replacement relating to COVID. So, members, anything else for the fire department? Mr. Blumenfield.
Yeah, you asked most of the questions, but I did have a question. The media has talked about LAFD overtime at COVID testing sites. How much of the overtime is related to that? And is that something we can use civilians to perform the non-emergency work that's going forward?
Yeah, Emilio Rodriguez again with the fire department. I don't have an actual amount on overtime attributed to the testing sites. I know we report on that figure biweekly to the CAO's office. Over the period of last year, it did exceed, I'm just going off memory, 7 million, if I can recall. And as far as assigning civilians to some of those duties, really the sworn staff are out there in coordination with the emergency resources that are needed to deploy, the various supplies and testing needs out there. And they're doing that in coordination with EMD, ESD, and some of the other partners, together with the over 500 Corps volunteers that are deployed out there. So they're really kind of playing a public safety role in terms of making sure that the resources are in place in a timely manner, and that the operations are being handled within the needed time frames and with,
and by the way, I'm not questioning that role. I mean, COVID testing is everything, and that's paramount. I'm assuming that a lot of this will get reimbursed for some of the COVID stuff if we are doing it properly, playing our accounting properly. But I also just wondered, as we move from the sort of emergency COVID testing, standing something up, to kind of routine COVID testing, even though because this emergency has been going on for so long, if there are ways to lessen those or mute those costs a bit through civilian and other things. Not that not questioning that we had our department there and ready to serve, right away when they were needed. But is that something that we can transition now that it's becoming much more regularized?
Council member, this is Patty Huber from the CAO. I would note that we have large contingents of civilians supporting the sworn staff that are there. We're deploying quite a number of disaster service workers at these test sites already. And to some degree, you do want the medical expertise that the firefighter brings in case there are questions. But it would just mean that there would be more city civilian workers at these locations. And at some point it becomes a balancing between reopening city services to the extent that they aren't, because all of these DSW workers are not doing their normal jobs today. Some of them are doing it instead of, because they can't do their normal job today. For instance, the libraries aren't open. The library is one of our big departments for DSW workers for testing and other activities, right?
Councilmember, this is Rich Llewellyn. I would add, I think we have tried to continually look at whether or not there's a cheaper way to build the mousetrap, and this is one area where we've also tried to do that. The fire department presence was bigger in the beginning in this program, but we still need some medical expertise. Honestly, if we got rid of all kind of fire expertise, we'd have to have a bigger visiting nurse contract. So it's you're damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Right.
But we are, I think, throughout the kind of COVID response, we have done what we can to reduce the cost. In some ways, as Ms. Huber says, by using city workers away from their job, which reduces the COVID cost, but reduces service. And in some ways, by just trying to maximize the use of volunteers in other ways.
No, I get it, and it's clearly a balancing act. I'm just noting if it's a large amount of the overtime. That's all.
Councilmember Blumenfield, this is Delilah again with the CAO. I just wanted to add, your concerns were actually brought up. You're very similar to last week's fire commission meeting. One of the commissioners also asked the department very same questions that you had on the expenses of overtime, and if some of the services that the fire department were providing could be swapped out with other staff. And I believe Chief Terrazas gave them a report indicating some of the equipment that they were using and some of the services performed with could only be performed not just by medical staff, but it also belonged to the fire department. But my understanding was that he was going to get back to them on providing any additional details that came up that maybe they could switch. And I could ask the department to send whatever findings they have to your office that might be able to answer some of the questions. And in regards to overtime, when we are fully staffed, or when the fire department is fully staffed, where there's no closures of the test sites and they operate, that overtime ranges from $700,000 to $800,000 biweekly. So that's on average, but sometimes it could be less depending if some of the test sites closed. So that's the average right now.
Okay, thank you.
Members, anything else for fire? Mr. Krabs?
Yeah, just to piggyback on what Mr. Blumenfield mentioned, I'm wondering whether younger people who there's a high unemployment out there now, or less activity among college students, or temporarily not attending college students, if we could hire at considerably lower salaries than sworn fire, a contingent of folks, and train them. Certainly my observation at a testing site was that there were a lot of things that were being done that somebody that's smart and trained could do, and certainly didn't have to be fire personnel. So I wonder if that's a possibility to replace some of the firefighters on overtime.
Councilmember, I'll relay your concerns to the fire department, and I'll have them include that with any results that they have as they transmit it to Councilmember Blumenfield.
And certainly, Mr. Koretz, one thing we're hoping to do, this is Rich Llewellyn again, is honestly, at some point you have a testing business, and that go back to the county, but that obviously hasn't happened yet.
I mean, none of this technically should be our responsibility. It's a lot of money that we're spending that is out of our pockets that should be out of the county's pocket. anyone else has fire questions. If they don't, I would love to jump back in and ask one more CAO question.
Well, just before we close on that point that you just made, Mr. Kretz, because testing is obviously critical. It's a critical nationwide priority for us to continue to be able to battle this virus. And of course, so is contact tracing as well. And so are, preventive measures, and so are many other things, many of which do not involve city government whatsoever. And given the fact that many healthcare providers are paying for testing, and given that this is the county's responsibility to do, we may need to make some hard decisions about the scope of the testing programs being administered by the city as well. I mean, initially we were even testing outside of the city of Los Angeles, and I understand the rationale for that. I understand that if no one else is doing it, we stepped in and we did the right thing. But we're now, many months into this pandemic, and it's really time that other people who are supposed to be doing this work pick up the oar and start rowing, and stop counting on the responsible city of Los Angeles filling the void that irresponsible governments are not taking care of. So I don't think there's enough ways that we can say that often enough. The city is not in the business of public health. That's not the responsibility of city government. And yet we're doing it in order to save people's lives and to keep this virus from spreading further. So it's time for others to start stepping up. Sorry, Mr. Kretz, but go ahead with your question to Mr. Llewellyn, and then we'll go to the next department. Anybody else have anything on fire? Oh, so hold on, Mr. Kretz. Mr. Bonin has a question for fire.
Thanks. Just to ask for the fire department as we go forward in this, when we do these exercises. Last time around, 2008, 2009, the fire department was brutalized. It was butchered. I mean, engine companies were shut down. It was just horrible. Going forward, what I would like LAFD to do in their service customers is also to include information, if relevant, about how many high fire severity days we have now compared to over the past few years, because I know that has been on the upswing, and one of the things I'm most concerned about is the fire department and the EMD. So I just want to have some data as we go forward in these reports. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said. Mr. Kretz, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I have one question, again, for Mr. Llewellyn of the CAO's office. And this is not a real pleasant question, but we made a $150 million cut to the LAPD. And we structured that to go to community organizations and equity. That was at a time when I think our finances look better than they do now. And with a good $100 million of that left unspoken for, should we be looking at that in this unforeseeable situation where we could be as much as $600 million short? Should we be looking at using some or all of that remaining $100 million to close this incredibly large shortfall?
So, Councilmember, I love those kind of questions. From a fiscal perspective, you should be looking at every dollar to help the sort of fiscal side of the house. But you also have policy obligations as well. Certainly your council was very strong in wanting to show a reinvestment strategy, even in light of, even then, economic, winds facing you. So I know that the committee and your council has been working on coming up with that reinvestment strategy. I think you should take a look at it when it comes forward. We would love to have every extra dime go into sort of saving the budget, and yet you also have sort of policy obligations to your residents as well.
And so I'm not sure that's a very clear answer. So are we seriously looking at this as a possibility to help fill in a $600 million gap? Or are we looking at the whole reprogramming and saying, all right, let's give $100 million to the community and maintain this giant shortfall?
Councilmember, I think that issue will be presented to you in the next few weeks about how you want to spend the money set aside for community reinvestment, including in sort of some city services in challenged communities, and you can make that decision at that time. The CLA and CAO will be presenting a report.
So those options will be considered at that time?
I think you, sir, as the policymakers, will consider that.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Anything else for the fire department? I think we've closed that out, right? Okay. To the fire department, thank you all very much. Appreciate your input. Let's go ahead and bring up sanitation next.
This is Eva Song with Sanitation. I'm here to answer any questions you might have. And, I will post my CO analyst, Claudia, will be here as well.
Hi, thank you very much for being here. I just wanted to hear directly from the Bureau because sanitation was one of the few departments in this budget that really didn't endure cuts because we placed such a high priority on the public health and other services, maintaining care and care plus and some of the other things that were very important to the council. And yet sanitation is projecting a $13+ million over budget expenditures. So I'd like you to walk us through how it is that has happened and what your plan is for getting back to the budgeted expenditure amount before the end, and not only getting back to the budgeted expenditure amount, but figuring out how to get back to that amount and then realizing savings on top of that. So why are we where we are right now?
Okay, absolutely. For the $13.5 million, out of that, 9.37 is almost $9.5 million of that is due to DSW and COVID-related expense. And all these are salaries expense only. We're not expecting, in our projection, we're not expecting reimbursement on the general fund this year. A lot of these salaries are budgeted, 10-10 salary, but a big part of it is the non-budgeted OT and as-needed salaries that were spent on the COVID response. Sanitation is very involved in responding to COVID, such as providing the service for the trailers to pump out the sewer from the septic tanks. And we also service the record part centers. So there are a lot of expense that incurred. So the projection is based on the first 5 pay period, based on that expense at that time, and we projected for the entire year. So that is, the entire deficit related to, the salary side is due to COVID DSW expense. So if we are able to get some reimbursement from the CARE Act for the overtime, the deficit will be reduced. Okay?
Okay, and presumably that overspending will not continue throughout the entire fiscal year. If it was based on the beginning of the fiscal year when your services were most intensive, I would expect that to be scaled down over the course of the fiscal year. Right?
Correct.
it sounds from your description that essentially 100% of those expenditures should be reimbursable either from the CARES Act or from FEMA. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So the other part of the deficit is related to contractual services. Since the 17-18, LASAN has received 216 MICLA vehicles budgeted, okay, in MICLA to support the CARE and CARE Plus team. However, it takes about 6 months to a year to acquire the vehicle from, the technical services to put together the spec, to put into order for the manufacturer to put it together. So because of that, to fill in the gap, we have to rent vehicles, okay, or we utilize vehicles that are, from the existing SWRF fleet. Okay, so let me give you some number. Out of the 216 vehicles that were budgeted, only 91 vehicles are received so far. And we have ordered 173 vehicles. So that means that we're still waiting for 125. And to fill in the gap, we have to borrow vehicles from SWRF, and we also have to rent. So we requested that money to be budgeted somehow in last fiscal year. In the budget process, it was not budgeted. So that's why we are having this $3.9 million gap. So in the past, usually we have SWRF funded first for the rental of the vehicles and then get reimbursed by the general fund later. However, because of the reduction of the revenue, for this year, SWRF is no longer able to fund. That's why we're coming back to ask for that money. And the $3.9 million of rental money already consider some of the vehicle will come in this year as well.
Why isn't that an appropriate expenditure to just come out of the SWRF instead of the general fund?
This is for the CARE and CARE Plus, for the, the livability services. And it's not a SWRF eligible expenditure. This is a general fund operation. This is for, the clean street cleaning. That's why, the vehicle were budgeted in the MICLA bond to purchase these vehicles.
Okay.
So, to answer your question about how to address this, in this year's budget, we do have $1.8 million budgeted in GCP to reimburse SWRF for the use of the SWRF vehicles. But, because of the priorities, I think the reimbursement to SWRF can be deferred. So my suggestion is that if the council can instruct the controller's office to transfer the money in GCP to our Fund 100 account to our contractual services, that $1.8 million can help for the rental expense. Because if we do not have this rental expense, it would really impact our clean street operation.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation. Sanitation always tries really hard to be responsive to council requests, and I know that in past years there's been a lot of pressure put on sanitation to come and give extra service to somebody's high priority needs in their district, and I respect that, and I appreciate that sanitation always tries to step up and do that. But it has also resulted in a recurring problem that we're not sticking with budgeted expenditures, and so it's something we have to continue to. You all are doing your best to try to meet requests, but together we have to ensure that we're keeping a close eye on these expenditures that impact the general fund, because As I've said many times in the past, budgets are not suggestions, they are instructions. And so even if it means that you have to say no to one or more of us, that's what it's going to mean, because we have to stick with our budgets. So thank you. I appreciate the explanation. That's helpful. Anything else for sanitation members? Mr. Price.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I too want to thank sanitation for their responsiveness, and they definitely are impacting the quality of life. So we appreciate their efforts. In response to the Alliance case and a number of the homeless challenges that we're facing, I know several offices are hoping to increase Care Plus activities over the next several months. How is that going to impact budget allocations? How are you anticipating these additional requirements, additional calls on the Care Plus teams as we work to provide housing and clearing encampments?
Thank you, Councilman Price, for bringing up the question. This is a very good question. Right now we're looking at $3.9 million of gap for rental. Even with the money transfer in from the GCP, we're still looking at $2.1 million of gap. If we're not able to get this additional money, we will have to put staff, multiple staff in one vehicle. And because of that, it would then take longer time to service, and because of the trip that we need to go back and forth, and also will service less location as well. In addition to that, because of the judgment earlier in this year in April, it was decided by the judge that we cannot just take away bulky item without prior notice. It's unconstitutional, just to destroy it. Because of that, we actually need additional vehicles to store the bulky items and then take them back to the facility. So without these additional rental money, it will definitely impact our Care and Care Plus, service. A lot less location can be served.
Well, we don't. We need just the opposite. We don't want to have less locations served. We need more services provided. But I know you're working hard, given the resources you're providing with.
Correct.
But we just need to identify the fact that more resources are needed, and we are competing obviously with other services and other needs. So again, thank you for your efforts. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Price. And Mr. Price, did you want to ask any other questions of any other departments? Because I think if no one else has any questions for sanitation, I'd want to throw it to you in case you wanted to bring up anybody else next.
No,
because I know you have to be leaving.
Yes, I do. And I'm going to excuse myself, but thank you.
Okay, very good. Anything else for sanitation members? Okay, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
And so, I'm sorry, Mr. Price, did you want to call any of the departments that we mentioned up now, or no?
Yeah, let me ask one.
Sure.
Streets LA?
They would be next. Let's bring up Streets LA, please.
Mr. Chair?
Yes. How are you? Very good. Let's start with Mr. Price.
Hi, Dale. Good to see you again, sir.
Good to see you.
For your ongoing service. Measure in funds, the alley cleanup, speed humps, median repair. Does this leave anything funding in the accounts, or will they be entirely depleted?
I think if I heard you right, one of the areas that you have in the FSR is the removal of $3 million for the alley paving, which we understand, and I know it's a priority for you and for other council members. There is $1 million from previous years that the CAO have identified, so the the alleys. We did last year, we did the record 120 alleys for $3 million. This year, $3 million will be removed right now with the FSR approval. So we're not going to be able to do what we did last year. But with the $1 million from the 2018 funding, we should be able to do about 1/3, probably about 40 alleys across the city. But that's going to be like the chair said, it's going to be limited, and that's one of the programs that I think is going to be cut as a result of the shortfalls here.
Yeah, well, there have to be sacrifices all around. There have to be sacrifices all around. We know that the neighbors really do appreciate those alleys paving. Yeah. Many of them have not been done in decades, and so we appreciate your efforts. But again, just underscoring the fact that we've got limited resources and we've got to try to spread them around. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Del.
Sure, we're not going to be able to do what we did last year, and that's part of the reality of what we have right now.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Price. And it should be noted that you, Mr. Price, and others fought for a long time to try to get funding for alleys that had pretty much been lost during the Great Recession, and we were really doing well with that. Unfortunately, we're right back into that same kind of position of cuts now. But we did make some good progress there for a while. So,
yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. Mr. Bonin, I think you had a question for Streets LA as well?
Mr. Price essentially asked it, but while I have Adele here, there's just sort of a general dynamic that touches on LADOT, BOE, and Streets LA, and it's about special funds adjustments and their impact on capital projects. And I know that there's some different interpretations with different agencies about whether the special funds are going to impact project development and delivery. What I'd just like to ask for is if we could instruct LADOT, BOE, and Streets LA with CAO to report back to explain what the impacts of the adjustments we're voting on today will be on capital projects.
Yes, indeed. Without objection, I think we would all like to have that report.
Thank you.
Mr. Kretz.
Yes, well, Mr. Price is still here. I'd like to amplify his concern about the loss of alleys. And I think for many of us, the alleys are alternative streets, and they are used as much or more as some of our streets. And yes, fewer people bounce up and down on some of them because they haven't been fixed in many decades. If they were fixed, they'd get even more utilization. And we have a limited amount of money for alleys and street repair and other things, but some of us would gratefully trade the dollars that we spend for some of our street repair for some alley repair. And it would actually mean more in terms of traffic flow. And it's certainly true in my district. So is there any way that we could maintain this and take it out of our street repair and have it be a one-for-one? It's still a relatively modest dollar amount and impact, but it is slowly starting to turn the corner in my district where it enables many more people to traverse these undrivable alleys. And it really does make a difference.
If it's up to me, I would say that what we want to do is work with each council office to prioritize the streets you want to pave, including alleys. So working on the priority, the only restriction we have is the street damage restoration fee is restricted. It cannot be applied to alleys. However, the other Measure R and Measure M can be. So what I'd like to do is utilize the $1 million that we have from previous appropriations to help us at least prioritize the highest, priority alleys, but work with each of the council offices to look at some of the non-restricted funding and see if we can work with you on prioritizing the streets based on the different factors that we look at. So we need to be flexible. And really one of the things I want to urge the committee and our council and the CEO to really, the time of being smart, flexible is now. We need to work efficiently. We need to work in an adaptive way. I have a proposal for a asset management system that we worked hard over the last 2 years. I'm trying to use my funding from our paving so we can reduce the number of paperwork, the number of time it takes to process a claim, and reduce the amount of people that it takes to get the job done. And I'm saying, I mean, probably the time that we need to invest in technology is now, without asking for new money, is just reappropriating expenditures that we're doing right now in our construction expenses and allocate it to efficiency that can go beyond the one-time effort. So I want to say is we will work with your office, Councilman Koretz, and other councilmen on prioritizing. But I think to me is I want to just be able to stress the importance of flexibility and also using technology to help us focus our efforts. And I can't ask for more of that because I'm not asking for more money. I just want to be able to reappropriate some of the expenditures for paving, for example, and use it for technology that can go beyond 1 year that will return huge amount of return on the investment for us and for our ratepayers.
And that's exactly what I certainly was pushing for at the beginning of our last recession. You know, spend the money, which we didn't always do. We sometimes cut opportunities like this to save the one-time expenditure, but you'll actually save a lot more money if you put it in the system. So I'd say that's a really exciting prospect, and I'm certainly in support of doing that all the way with your existing funds. The other area I would ask you to look at is medians. I would say, other than our situation with the homeless and our difficulty in removing the trash around encampments, there's nothing that makes us look more ineffective and irresponsible than 5-foot weeds on medians. And we let that go during the last recession for a lengthy period of time. I just don't think it was worth the savings. So again, within your budget, if there is a way to figure out how we can keep our medians in reasonable shape, and I'm sure in my district I could at least kick in a modest amount from discretionary funds to help you do that. But I think all of us that have medians in our districts really are responsible to keep them up one way or another, because it just flags for our residents that we don't care, we're not responsible. And I recall people placing signs in our weeded medians saying, this is brought to you by Eric Garcetti, this is brought to you by whoever the council member is, and implying that we intentionally wanted to grow weeds on our medians. And we did have 3-4 foot high median weeds, and I just don't think it's necessary to see that again. So within our existing street services budget, I think we have to keep those medians in some semblance of order.
Yeah, what you have in the FSR is a recommendation to remove funding for $1.5 million, which is, last year we had $3 million in funding. This year we have $2 million, and now we're proposing to cut 1.5, and the $500,000 is just to keep us going for the next quarter. As you know, I've been not shy to ask your council offices for some money from discretionary funds to help us in getting some of your special requests done. But I would say medians, in my view, are the most visible things for the community. It's not just aesthetic, it's a quality of life, but also it's safety. I'll tell you, we've been doing one-offs to respond as we were waiting for getting the new contracts in place and the cost control process. The safety concerns of bike lanes in Sherman Oaks and other places on down in South LA, where we had blockage of signs, blockage of signals, also blocking bike lanes and crossings, became a huge safety issue. So what I would ask, the same thing within the context of flexibility, and is to allow us I know funding is critical and this is the time that we need to ensure that we are responsive to the cuts that we need to do, but $1.5 million cut that would wipe off the whole medium maintenance program, I'd rather cut $1.5 million equivalent from our paving program. That 1.5 out of 100 million is not going to really make a huge impact. We can be flexible. I'll tell you what I'm doing right now is actually working with my staff, trying to see if we can reduce the number of people on a paving crew so we can do more with less. We're doing a lot more of that efficiency. We're coming up with new ideas or proposals to do more, to move people around and deliver more. So I would say, if I want to cut $1.5 million out of Measure M, Measure R, I would not cut it in the medium maintenance. I would cut it out of paving. And I'm ready to step in and provide you that ability to do that so the city is held, the cost impact are held neutral. And that's the flexibility that general managers ask, is to trust us in making the right decision. And you make the decision on how much needs to be cut. The CEO does that very well. But then trust us to know what's best and how we can do it to ensure that we still can provide the highest priority services. I know sometimes we have to bite the bullet and cut a program completely. This one I disagree with respectfully. I think this is a high-profile safety. It's a quality of life that I think it's $1.5 million well spent to really make us move forward. I'm willing to make that equivalency in cuts in my programs without costing any added money.
And I would ask the CAO or the budget chair whether we need to make that change as a motion or something.
No, I would ask that we not do that because I want to really reinforce what Adele just said, which is every general manager in this city is being asked to savagely cut their budgets right now. And I think the less we direct them in how they do that and the more we trust them to do that and stick with the core priorities of the city, the better off. And we just heard from Adele that he shares our view and the view you very eloquently expressed, Mr. Kretz, which I think all of us share, about the need to maintain our medians for safety purposes. Not just for aesthetic, but for safety purposes as well. So I really think that it would be best if, especially right now, given the horrendous hole that we're looking at, that we ask our general managers to come back with their plans for how they're going to reach these devastating cuts and put the onus on us then to deal with hard choices once those are before us. And I would say that there is, if I can just, sorry to jump in, you guys, in the midst of questions, but I do want to just, on that point, I do want to just single out Adele and street services specifically, because I think when it comes to exercising flexibility and trying to find innovative new ways to achieve the things that the council and the mayor have asked this department to accomplish, Adele has really been, you've been the model of how to think outside of the box and how to realize savings in achieving the core mission of the department. And so I do just want to give you that attaboy and thank you for that. And I think, within the budget that you have, we're still going to have to make more cuts. Yeah. So rather than moving the chairs around on the Titanic just now, I think we ought to, hear back your cut proposal along with all the other departments' cut proposals, which we'll get back in the next FSR and then make those decisions. But I think, Mr. Kress, we just heard that this will not be part of Adele's cut proposal, that in fact his proposal that comes back will go in the other direction. And so we'll deal with that when he comes back with that proposal. That would be my preference. Otherwise, members, what we're going to end up doing is we're going to bring up every department, and we're going to tell every department, you know, you really need to cut your budget, but here's the 6 things I want you to add to your budget. And it's not fair to them at this point. Let's hear what they have to say first, and then we'll come back with you know, having to pick and choose among the bad options. Sorry, Mr. Retz, go right ahead.
So what I'm asking of you is exactly how we do that. Before us is a proposal to cut from medians. Can we substitute a proposal to cut that amount from the broader street services budget and allow the general manager to make that decision? Whatever the process would be to do that, I think we're looking for the same thing, a way to cut, but give the general manager the flexibility, especially with this department in particular that has been a model of proper usage within the department.
Yeah. I don't know that needs to be among our recommendations, but I'll tell you what, Mr. Kretz, let me look as we're talking about this, because I know Mr. Blumenfield has questions for street services as well, I think, and Mr. Bonin, you were done?
Yeah, all I was going to say is in Adele we trust.
Yeah. So let me, if I can, Mr. Kretz, let me go to Mr. Blumenfield and let me look specifically at what the FSR says in this regard, and maybe I can figure something out. Go ahead, Mr. Blumenfield. Are you done, Mr. Kretz? Other than that?
Yeah, that was my only point.
Okay, let's go to Mr. Blumenfield next time.
Great. Well, thank you. And you stole most of my thunder, Mr. Chair, but in terms of complimenting Adele for the flexibility that he's shown in the past and the creativity. But as the Public Works Chair, I feel the need to echo it because I work very closely with him on that and seen it up close and personal firsthand. So thank you, Adele, for that. And I certainly want to work to figure out, to give you the flexibility that we're talking about. Medians, I agree with everything that's been said so far. It is such a visible manifestation of the city's maintenance that we just can't let it go, and the safety issues as well. And on safety, just as a general point, you know, we talk about reimagining public safety and all that entails, but part of that is also our infrastructure and our transportation. You know, you're not safe if you can't get from one end of the street to the other without, you know, falling in a pothole or breaking your leg because the streets come up. So those issues are every bit as much public safety as a lot of other issues. And so as we talk about what it means to be safe in the city of Los Angeles, I want to make sure that infrastructure is part of that conversation, and the work that's done by transportation and Streets LA and BOE are part of that as well, because that's the reality. So other than that, the questions I had were all asked, but I just wanted to make those points. So thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I could have one more second.
Yes, indeed. Go right ahead.
Thanks. You heard my maxim, in Adele we trust. It's just my staff pointed out to me, I'm just not clear on this, that the recommendations before us from the CAO do not, in Adele we trust. And my staff is telling me that if approved, the recommendations single out median maintenance and don't give Adele the flexibility we said we want to give them.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Bonin, and I have just realized that too, so Mr. Kretz's suggestion seems very well taken. What I would suggest, based on the in Adele we trust philosophy, is if it makes sense, Mr. Kretz, if we could make the recommendation to instruct the general manager and the CAO to consult and determine a way to reallocate funds within the existing recommendations to meet that need, and then report back to us in time for council. Because rather than spitballing this, I don't know what the CAO may have to say about this, and I think if Adele and the CAO just sit down and work something out, we can do that at the time of council easily enough.
Sounds good, Mr. Chair.
Does that make sense? Okay, so without objection, that will be our our request of the general manager and the CAO to try to develop an alternative recommendation with regard to medians in time for council.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Anything else, members for street services? Streets LA, excuse me. All right. Very good. Thank you very much, Adele, to you and your staff. Okay, let's bring up DOT next, please. Ms. Reynolds, welcome. Good afternoon. Mr. Bonin, why don't you lead us off?
Thanks. Just a couple questions. One, just want to get clarification with DOT and CAO both here at the table that the action today does not do anything to actually cause the reduction of the guards. It's something that is to be looked at by DOT. Is that correct?
Our understanding is that the cut occurs in this report.
This is Roy Cervantes from the Office of the CAO. The recommendation before the council as part of the FSR is for the department to report back on a budget for crossing guards. Our report is pointing out that there will be a $2.7 million shortfall in the traffic safety fund, but we're asking for the department to report back with a budget or a spending plan.
So you're telling them they're probably going to have to, but you're not telling them to today. Is that a fair assessment?
Typically if there's any overspending in the traffic safety fund, the department would have to find other funds. In this case, it might be a general fund impact. So we're asking for options.
And when the CAO made the recommendation, were you aware that they are also working as disaster service workers at the moment? So it would potentially have an impact on that program as well?
Yes, our understanding is that I believe it's about 9% of the crossing guards are currently working with DSWs. But it's, yes, we were aware that there was some percentage of crossing guards that were also serving as DSWs.
Okay, so just to be clear, this is not taking any action on the crossing guards at this moment when schools are now starting to talk about coming back, and the grades are talking about coming back are the ones that we actually use the crossing guards for. Okay. Question about LADOT parking and traffic enforcement officers and the unpaid day on the 3rd. The parking and traffic enforcement officers exempt from that, or are they taking the 3rd off?
We are deploying at holiday levels for the 3rd so that we have officers available to respond in case there are any emergencies.
Do we usually have a heightened need for them for any reason due to elections, polling place stuff, or a smaller one?
Typically, because we relax parking enforcement near all polling locations on the day itself, we don't have a heightened need for parking enforcement on that day. And my understanding is that since street sweeping is not occurring and the EOC may not be activated, our need is really just to have that deployment to respond to emergencies.
Okay. All right. Thanks. And then I'm curious, it looked like something in here seemed as if was recommending cutting on-hand materials for traffic signals, and I wonder about the impact of that. I imagine that leaves you supplies to continue the planned projects, but then we would be up the creek without a paddle if we had emergency work that needed to be done to repair one of the signals. Can you share your thoughts on that?
That's correct. We have about 6 months worth of supplies in our warehouses, and after that, we won't have supplies to repair LEDs that go dark during and are damaged during storms or other emergencies, and we won't have supplies on hand to address certain capital needs.
That seems somewhat problematic. So if we're going to approve the recommendations today, I'd ask Mr. Chair if we can get a report back on a way to address that or potentially reverse that in the we trust principle, because those may be emergency needs we're going to need to meet.
So shall we deal with that in the same way then and have a recommendation back to us in time for hearing the FSR and council?
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else for DOT? Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple spots where there are cuts. The LA Express parking in Westwood, is that a significant savings, and what do we lose as a result?
So I know that there are cuts to our funds that fund the general maintenance of all meters and lots citywide. So with these cuts, we won't be able to maintain our meters and lots for the remainder of the fiscal year. So if a meter is broken, it stays broken. For your specific question about LA Express Park in Westwood, we can, unless Monique or Angela has specifics, we can look into that and get back to you.
So are we eliminating the program? Are we just doing less maintenance? Do we know what we're actually doing to it?
We're doing less maintenance overall, and then that program in particular, Express Park, our plan is to complete the existing grants that we have, but not apply for new grants. And Westwood is an existing program, so the maintenance that we do citywide on meters and other kinds of work that we do, both on our lots and the meters themselves, would have to decline and potentially be cut entirely.
So it would just be handled as a maintenance issue for the course of the fiscal year, not a removal of the program.
Losing the dollars that we rely on to conduct maintenance. So it's possible that we wouldn't even be able to do the basic maintenance.
Okay. It doesn't sound great, but I guess we'll see how this progresses. And the electric vehicle car share program, did we eliminate the program, or what do the cuts mean?
No, to my knowledge, the program itself, actually, the vendor that we were using has been acquired by another company. So we're changing hands and working through the contractual issues on that. And actually, we applied for, and I just learned we may have partially received funding to actually expand that program from the state. So I don't believe that we're anticipating cuts in that program.
Okay, well that's good news. And that is all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Blumenfield, anything for DOT?
I think we covered it all. Thank you. Well,
all right.
One thing I'll ask about. The reduction in the Vision Zero education and outreach, what does that mean in terms of our projects? Is that going to be a limiting factor for other of the critical infrastructure projects?
So the council in the past few years has given us a very modest investment in education and outreach, just that we use as a general fund to fund the kind of outreach that we do on our projects. So we currently have a contract going through the cost containment process that relies on a prior year allocation. This cut means that after we've used that up, we won't have money for further outreach, either for projects or for general education and other outreach that we do around Vision Zero.
And is that going to limit projects that would otherwise go forward, or are those projects already stalled?
Most of that would mean, as long as we are successful in using that prior year allocation for the contract that we have, we think we'll be able to keep going with existing projects. It will just mean that for future projects, we'll be pretty limited in our ability to do the kind of proactive outreach that we like to do.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. Thanks for being with us, and thanks to you and your staff for all your great work.
Thank you.
Mr. Bonin, I am going to hand the gavel to you for a moment to bring up BOE and the inimitable Gary Lee Moore, who will be followed by EMD. So for the moment, Mr. Bonin, you can take over from here.
Okay, guys, while he's gone, let's just spend wildly.
But I'm still listening.
Cut that reserve fund. Right, Mr. Moore, are you on the line?
This is Robert Kanamatsu from the Bureau of Engineering. I've asked Gary to join us. He was in a meeting with the mayor's office.
Okay, all right.
Answer some of your questions if you...
Yeah, I had asked for the department earlier, although I gave the instruction already, so it may be moot at this point. I'm just concerned about some of the different interpretations about the impact on capital projects. So we agreed to do an additional instruction asking LADOT, BOE, and Streets LA with CAO to report back with the impacts of these adjustments on capital projects. I know there's a little difference of interpretation between the agencies, so just want to make sure you folks are aware of that instruction. But I didn't have any additional questions. Mr. Blumenfield and Mr. Koretz, do either of you for BOE? Okay. All right, so you're good.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember. We will work with the CAO and the others.
And thank you, Gary, for us.
I would just say, in absence of Mr. Krikorian, I'd like to add $25 million to their budget.
Let's save that for the next department, which I think, not the BOE doesn't, but Emergency Management Department.
Most definitely.
Half of the department.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Who's here from EMD?
Good afternoon, council members. This is Rob Freeman, Assistant General Manager from EMD, and I believe Aram Sahakian will also be joining us.
Yes, I'm on the line. I was trying to unmute. It wasn't cooperating.
That's okay. Thanks for being with us, Aram. Really appreciate it. I mean, I'll ask a slightly hyperbolic question to begin, but the point is a real one. Do you have a department left?
We're almost there. I mean, November 6th, I lose 75% of my senior staff, 3 EMC2 and my assistant general manager. And I'm assuming that by December, first week of December, it'll be down to 45 to 50%.
45 to 50%.
Yeah.
In the middle of a state of emergency.
100-year pandemic, yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. I wanted to illustrate that. This department is losing 75% of its senior staff, is going to be going down to 50% of its staff in the middle of a huge pandemic when we have an increased risk of wildfires and we live in a disaster-prone area. It's really concerning to me. So one, I wanted to draw that out, but second, I wanted to ask, given that, where are you folks standing in your personnel on the unpaid holiday on the 3rd? Are your employees participating in that, or do they have to keep showing up for work because we're at the heightened situation of alert?
So Deputy Mayor Jeff Gurrell approved the activation of the EOC at level 3. Initially, we were on furlough. We weren't going to activate, but we pleaded our case. I believe both LAPD and LAFD also made some phone calls. So we are activating, but the activation is on the 3rd would be from 4 p.m. to midnight. And if things go sideways from midnight to 8 a.m. when the regular shift kicks in, we need to discuss that. Hopefully not.
And at the end of, I guess, next week, November 6th, when you lose all that senior staff, what's going to be the impact on EMD's operations and ability to serve?
So right off the bat, the duty officer program needs to be suspended. So weeknights and weekends, we will not have the personnel to take phone calls or to respond to any emergencies. We will have one level 2 that's available, but I cannot have him be on call continuously, nonstop. We can't do that. So I need to find some solutions, speaking to police and fire to see if they can take some of the load. In addition to that, we will not be able to activate the Emergency Operations Center. On a 24-hour basis, we'll be able to do maybe a level 2 activation, 8 to 4, 8 to 5, but if we have a major emergency, we need to call on mutual aid on other cities or the state to come and assist.
You will not be able to activate the Emergency Operations Center in the case of an emergency?
Yeah, we will not have the personnel to fill the critical section division head positions to activate it. There's a minimum number of positions, Councilmember Bonan, that you need to have to run the incident command system, and we will not have enough people to do that.
That's a huge problem. I mean, we in Aram we trust, or in Adele we trust, in Salida we trust, but we haven't given you any resources with which to do anything, to trust you to do anything differently. I do want to raise that concern again with CAO. I've put in a motion on this. I hope that when we get to the next FSR, there is a way to fix that. I'm not sure what the different avenues or opportunities are, but I just don't think of any time at all, but particularly now in Los Angeles, we can have a situation where we can't stand up our Emergency Operations Center, and I think we need to be able to fix that quickly. I see the chair has come back, and I hope Matt has not told you about what we did while you were gone.
Yeah, well, eventually I'll get a full report. So.
We're up to 800 million now.
Mr. Kratz. Thank you, Mr. Bonan. Mr. Kratz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just add, I have the same concerns that for a city with an emergency management department, it sounds like we'll be half naked come November. And I'm wondering, and would ask the CAO if there is a way, as we do our early retirements, to delay at least some of the departure of senior staff from this department, so that, or until we find a way to provide enough staffing that in an emergency we can actually respond to an emergency. Otherwise, what's the purpose in having this department? And they're there to respond to emergencies. If we literally can't do that, we're leaving ourselves in a very bizarre position.
Councilmember Rich Llewellyn from the CAO's office. Every department, honestly, all 1,400 people leaving have value. Everyone's important. We have reorganized the order somewhat to encourage, to help departments with their transitions. But as you pointed out, if we don't get people out the door, we're going to have more layoffs in the end. I do think your council and the mayor will have difficult decisions about backfilling, whether to allow departments to backfill or not. They can certainly request it through the managed hiring process, and or whether to transfer people from other departments. You were just discussing your concerns about street services, about DOT, about other departments, which are much larger, and their cuts are hard too. All of these cuts are hard, and I think we will work with the council and the mayor to try, in particular, some of the smaller departments are going to need help because they're taking percentage-wise bigger cuts. But I think you have to be very wary about backfilling given your $400 to $600 million shortfall at this time.
Well, I'm more wary about backfilling. Mr. CAO, I'm more wary about backfilling than I am about sort of front filling. I know we're trying to get the people out the door that have higher salaries and such, but we are going to have 1,700 people leave. This being an emergency department, and potentially with an emergency on the horizon, depending on the results of the election and how either side's most vigorous proponents react to it, where we could be literally in a situation where we have an emergency as soon as we've created it for ourselves. So whereas I agree we have to cut all the people that we need to cut in this department and then figure it out, since we could be going as late as May and actually getting people out the door, certainly I'm sure as late at least as March, even if we do all the things that I'm suggesting to speed it up, I would say we need to find a way to at least keep some staffing at the level that this department can operate. And yes, every department will have shortfalls, especially the small ones. But if we cut El Pueblo to the bone, while it would be a disaster for their programming, nobody's going to die as a result. The emergency management department is literally a life and death department. And if there's any way to do it, I would think as part of this FSR process, perhaps we can direct that their retirees, some of their retirees be delayed so we never get to the point where they actually can't reopen. An emergency in November certainly wouldn't be shocking. And usually emergencies aren't predictable. So when we have that earthquake in December, we don't want to have an emergency management department that literally can't open. So whatever way, if there's a way to make a motion, whatever the process is, I think we should give that direction to the CAO, not to let this department go to that point while we're going through the early retirement, or the retirement, I should say, incentivized retirement process.
Mr. Chair, we're happy to report on that before the FSR get to council, as you've asked a couple of other times.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else for EMD members? Mr. Blumenfield?
No, I mean, I agree with everything that's been said, and it just underscores the frustration with the SIP program in that, you know, for these EMD folks who are leaving, we're saving $2,000 for each employee. It's, you know, when you look at it that way, it's not worth it. But I don't know how to change that at this point. So,
members, I would just remind you on that. The SIP employee was a proposal from your labor partners, who we're still heading into even choppier waters with. And it will, while it is a very modest savings this year, it does fully pay for itself, including the payouts that people get when they leave or retire and they have sick leave or vacation on the books. And it will, in the long term, while it is a service declination, moving these people off the rolls will help us as we wrestle through the recession, especially if it lasts a while. It will be a long-range value to you. While we miss the service, it will help the budget.
well, I mean, I appreciate that, Mr. Llewellyn. Thank you for pointing that out. You know, there's certainly truth to what you're saying, and I get that. And it's like my colleagues, though. I hate seeing EMD decimated this way, and you know, we need to be prepared for the next disaster. And you know, it's not like we haven't seen disasters recently, so we know they're coming. Hopefully not.
Mr. Councilmember Bloomfield, this budget subcommittee directed the CAO's office to go and find the $330,000 in savings to save the department. But we chose to spend over $480,000 to basically retire quite a few people from the department. So the move actually backfired on us when it comes to the EMD. We're spending more and cutting the department in half.
Okay. Members, anything else? Very good. Thank you, Mr. Sahakian. Appreciate your being here. Thank you for your extraordinary work. Thank you. And members, I just want to remind us all that it is 10 to 5, and we still have many, many more agenda items after the FSR. So let's go ahead and move forward with EWDD, and perhaps we can move expeditiously through these remaining departments so that we can move to the rest of the agenda. Ms. Hall, welcome. Good afternoon. And you are muted, but I'm going to go first. Good afternoon. And I'm going to begin with Mr. Blumenfield, please.
Great, thank you. And first, just thank you for all the critical work that you're doing to help Los Angeles and the businesses cope with the COVID pandemic. You are on the front lines of this, and your work is especially appreciated. So thank you. I wanted to ask about the $2.5 million in special fund surplus. Is there something that the council can or should be doing to help you spend that money to save Angelenos? Because the money you're spending now is literally preventing this financial epidemic from getting worse.
Thank you for that question. And Anthony Sanchez, my partner in the budget, will go into the details. But overall, the $2.5 million is really about the labor costs of vacant positions that are special funded, whether it be WIOA dollars or CDBG. And right now, we're having significant challenges in fulfilling our grants because we are not able to fill those positions, which are special funded. And as many of you know, those positions actually have administrative dollars associated with it. So the fact that those positions are vacant at the moment actually is a drain on the general fund. So as we move, and we're not able, unfortunately, we're also in danger of not delivering on many of those grants for which right now it is absolutely critical that we are out there serving Angelenos and providing them with subsidized employment where we can. And I don't know if, Anthony, if you want to provide any other detail on that 2.5 or Shafia.
No, I concur. Anthony Sanchez with the EWDD, and I work with Cameron Hull on budget issues. A lot of those positions are spread over multiple grants, including general fund and special fund. And like Ms. Hall mentioned, some are primarily workforce dollars. Others are economic development dollars. Some are a mix. So the ones that are completely special fund, we actually have submitted through the managed hiring process to be filled. Some of the other ones that have a mixture of special fund and general fund, we have not yet. But the ones that are purely special fund, we have submitted through the process.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, anything else for EWDD? Mr. Blumenfield, anything further?
I know we're short on time, so I'm trying to be quick.
Very good. Thank you all very much. Appreciate you being with us. Thank you, Ms. Hull, to you and your staff. Appreciate it. That will bring up ACID next.
Good afternoon. This is Rosa Benavides from HCID.
Good afternoon. Mr. Blumenfield.
Yeah, it's really the same question. Your mission is similar. The question is similar. Your mission is critical, but you've got a special fund surplus, and just want to understand that. Is it because some of the work can't be performed at this time, or is there some other reason? And is there something the council can or should be doing to enable you to spend these funds so that those monies are serving people of LA during this critical time?
I think it depends. If we look at our salaries account, it's because we have a vacancy rate, right? And due to delays in the hiring process, we have some natural salary savings. So that's one aspect of it. The other, if we look at the comp plan, we have programmatic savings where we weren't able to spend all those funds. With the combination.
Okay, so is there something that we need to do to help get that out the door?
To assist with the salaries expenditures, it would be obtaining the hiring unfreeze on a timely basis. Currently, my understanding is that these are being reviewed perhaps one at a time, and so there's priorities. So for example, in our department, one of our top priorities is filling the vacancies for the accessible housing program. So So that puts the special funded positions in the back burner. But having that authority to backfill those positions would be one way to spend those special funds.
I'm not sure what that means. So, is there a way to spend those special funds without actually increasing the general fund on these other issues?
Could you repeat the question one more time?
I didn't understand your answer in terms of that. Like, what I want to help you do is get those special funds spent for both because the mission is critical, but also from a fiscal perspective, it helps our overall financial situation if those special fund surpluses are spent. And your answer was, and I didn't quite understand it, was that there was a priority prior to that needed to be spent. What was? If you could repeat the answer, maybe that'll help me understand. I'm not sure what it is that we can do to help you with that, or what you need to happen to get those special funds out the door.
It would be to help us unfreeze the current vacant positions, so that this way we can staff up, use the special funds, reimburse the general fund for related costs, and be able to provide additional services, right? There's a high demand right now with the housing crisis. And so across the board, we could use additional positions, but that requires our ability to fill those positions.
Now, can that be done sort of a net neutral for the general fund or surplus in the general fund as opposed to costing us money to be able to do that?
It would be a reimbursement to the general fund. So we're talking about the compound funds. Our projections are that we have sufficient funds to cover our vacant positions. And so being able to backfill those positions would allow us to reimburse the general fund for the salary expenditures and reimburse for the related cost, which in turn becomes a revenue to the general fund. So no negative impact to the general fund, which I think is one of the biggest concerns, right?
Right. Well, I'd like to see, maybe hear from the CAO what they think of that idea, or if that can be done.
This is Emily Zan-Cervantes from the Office of the CAO. Just want to note that, yes, a lot of the special fund surplus is due to vacancies, and we are working with the department to prioritize their unfreezes and allow them to hire. I also want to note that $2.9 million of the special fund surplus is with the accessible housing program, which Rosa mentioned is one of the priorities, but that $2.9 million in special funds is actually fully subsidized by the general fund. So we are trying to balance things to make sure that the department has enough resources to meet the mandates of the settlement program, as well as taking into consideration its impact on the general fund. So $2.9 million of that special fund surplus is really a general fund hit.
Right, that's what I was trying to get at, is if there's a way to do this without a general fund hit. But I hear what you're saying.
We can, we'll have to report back to you, but we are working with the department to prioritize their vacancies, to fill their vacancies, and to make sure that they reimburse the city dollar for dollar for all their related costs. That's what we've been working with the department with.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, anything else for ACID? Terrific. Thank you very much. That will bring up next LAPD. And again, we'll start off with you, Mr. Blumenfield. You called LAPD.
Great. So I know that LAPD has been...
Let's make sure that we have somebody here ready to respond first.
Good afternoon, this is Tom Brennan with Fiscal Group, the LAPD, and I'm joined by Anne Marie Sauer, the Commanding Officer, Administrative Services Bureau.
Good afternoon.
Wonderful, thank you. So I know you all have been presented with a particular budget management challenge by the last minute adjustments to your budget. One, just wanted to understand how you're managing that. Are we running up the overtime bank, which adds to the future year budget issues? And then also, how have the court closures and changes in court operations impacted overtime for court appearances? Related to that, are the officers appearing and testifying remotely? If so, does that provide an opportunity for cost savings if there's not a lot of travel time and wait time? So those are all my questions packaged into one because I know we're short on time.
Good afternoon, Councilmember. As far as the managing the reduction to the budget that happened on July 1st. The majority of that was in sworn overtime, and as of the current status, we are down 52% in our overtime expenditures, both cash and time. The chief of police eliminated all non-essential overtime in order to ensure that we banked as little overtime as possible in the time bank. So right now, we are managing that as best we can. The cash payments are basically limited to reimbursable overtime and to FLSA required overtime. As far as court goes, we're down about 50% on court overtime. The new MOU that was enacted changed the balance of court overtime and IOD overtime. So where IOD used to have a greater minimum number of hours, that was shortened and court overtime was increased. But because the courts have been closed and we've had basically a suspension of trials, that amount is substantially down. Once the courts reopen, we're going to do our best to manage it, but we can expect that there will be an increase in court overtime.
And is that, and thank you for that, is the testifying remotely, is that happening? Is that going to change the overtime dynamic?
We've been doing video arraignment, but that has recently been suspended by the sheriffs in conjunction with the court. So as the court reopens, it'll be in person, but that has not had, basically the courts being closed has had the greater impact on the lower court overtime.
Right, and the remote testifying, you're saying, hasn't had that much of an impact and is going to go away anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember and Mr. Chair, this is Rich Salone with the CAO's office. We rarely give shout-outs. I do want to take a moment to thank and express our appreciation to the chief. You set a very rigorous overtime target for the department, and the chief has been managing it like that. Yes, the court's closure and other things have helped, but he has been really trying to live within your aggressive target, and I appreciate that.
Thank you for saying so, Mr. Llewellyn. I definitely agree. It was a lot to ask to respond so quickly to a fairly significant change in the department's budget. So, anything else for PD members? Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One question we only had partially answered about the MTA contract. So if we are spending a lot less time on it, what are we doing with that time? Are we having people sit around? Are we using that effectively to move them to other crime-fighting activities? Is it less effective because they're part of an MTA unit, and is there a way to restructure some of that? How are we doing? Because it sounds like we're just losing money on that deal.
So let me provide a little more background on the MTA situation. All of our full-time employees who are assigned to the MTA are fully reimbursable from the MTA. All of the officers who are working the lines on the trains are working on overtime and are also fully reimbursable. The $21 million shortfall that we're showing in the revenue has to do with some disputes that we're having over the MTA regarding benefit caps and additional bonus rates that are in the MOU. We are currently in the process of negotiating with the MTA to resolve that and expect soon to get the outstanding balance from the MTA back into the revenue side.
So then this is a temporary loss that we might actually be able to fill and not have count as part of our massive $600 million shortfall.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well that's better news than I expected. And again, the impact of the budget cut of $150 million. We're seeing some negative things happen as far as crime, especially a significant impact on homicides. The number is up across the city. The number is up shockingly in my district to the tune of several 100%. So I'm wondering, do we think that the cut has any connection? Is there any way that we would be able to spend more and actually target the homicide problem that's happening in some or all places in the city? I can't imagine anyone else has had the increased percentage that I've had, but I suspect we're all having some problems in that regard.
Council members, the chief has stated this is a problem that we're experiencing across the country in every metropolitan area. The department itself, one of the areas where we continue to expend overtime is in homicide investigations. That's one of our largest expenditures. And given all of the totality of the circumstances that are going on right now, I can't provide a full response to whether or not putting more officers out on overtime would have an effect on that. But we can certainly
is there a way to, in some way, study that possibility?
Well, we can certainly run that up through the chain of command to the chief of police and provide you with a response as to what his thoughts are.
Yeah, I think that would be a helpful thing to know, because certainly our greatest responsibility is to save lives, and if a piece of that budget cut is making that more difficult, I think that deserves a second look.
Well, the department is currently going through a reimagining of itself and a re-envisioning of police work, and putting together a plan to put more officers and put a greater emphasis on patrol and ensuring that the Office of Operations, which manages all the patrol functions, is fully deployed.
Right, and I can't tell from what you just said whether more people on patrol is expected to help this, or more people doing detective work on the homicides would help it. So
more people on
and take a look at whether that's a direction that could actually not be helpful. If we're pulling people off of detective work that would help with homicides and putting them on the street, I think we need to carefully analyze whether that's a positive or a negative on this particular issue.
Absolutely, sir.
But if we could get a report back, certainly I'd love to at least see that in my office, so I'd know where our next steps should be.
We can do that, sir.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Anything else for PD members? Very good. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your staying so late. That will bring up our final requested department, which is the Office of the City Clerk.
Good afternoon. This is Petty Santos, the Executive Officer at the City Clerk, and Holly sends her regrets she's not able to be here, and I have a couple other staff to help answer questions.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Mr. Kretz.
Yeah, probably if I knew we were going to be this late, I probably wouldn't even be asking this question, but as long as you're here, it probably merits about a 1-minute answer. So the county billed the city about half of what we were expecting to pay in the March primary. Not that I'm complaining, but how did that happen? And is there anything we can do to help replicate that in the future?
Jenny, why don't you go ahead and explain the calculator problem?
Hi, Jenny Pack, Office of the City Clerk. What initially happened was that the estimate was based on a citywide election. This is when we thought we would have measures for March. So when it ended up being 7 council districts, that went down a lot lower. And the other, the other potential that we were budgeting for was the fact that because it was the first time they were rolling out the new voting system, and we weren't sure of any additional costs that they would incur. And then even afterwards, because of what happened back in March with all the long lines and everything, we just wanted to ensure that we had enough in the UB to cover what we may be billed, at a later time. So for the most part, it was because it was not a citywide election, which would have brought it up to about $9-10 million.
And so that's good that it happened for us this time, but I suspect that won't be helpful in any way for the next election, where we'll have citywide races, we expect to have ballot measures, etc. So fortunate that we saved it this time when we need it, but not anticipated 2 years from now.
Right.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Anything else for the clerk members? Very good. Thank you very much. That concludes our departmental questions. Anything else, members, about the FSR? Okay. Then what I would propose is that we approve the CAO's recommendations as amended to include the discussions and proposed amendments that we have discussed. I'd like to also request an amendment to include an additional recommendation that the CAO work with BOE to ensure that all proposed adjustments to the sidewalk repair program are compliant with the terms of the Willits Settlement Agreement. And I'd further recommend that we make any necessary recommendation, that the CAO make any necessary recommendations to adjust that program budget before the council's consideration of the FSR. So with that, if there's no other, Mr. Kretz.
Did we include that in that motion, some flexibility for our streets LA decision making?
Yes, I intended to capture all of the things that we requested that general managers, because there were several of them, all of the things that general managers were to discuss with the CAO and then come back to us with proposed recommendations before council. I hope that the clerk caught all of those sufficiently for the report.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, very good. Okay, with that recommendation, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Price. Koretz.
Aye.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Aye.
4 ayes. This item is approved as amended.
Terrific. Thank you very much. We'll go ahead and proceed then to item number 6.
Item number 6 is the CEO report relative to requests for new targeted local hire eligible position authorities that were not included in the adopted budget for 2020-21. At its meeting held on October 21st, 2020, the Personnel and Animal Welfare Committee approved this item as amended.
Very good. So my recommendation on this matter will be to concur with the Personnel and Animal Welfare Committee to remove the exemption from the city's hiring freeze for new positions hired through targeted local hire on a temporary basis until council has decided not to engage in layoffs, at which point hiring under the TLH program can resume with exemptions from the hiring freeze being automatic. Do we need to hear? Yes, Mr. Kretz.
I would just say that the thought behind this was that while the targeted local hire program is terrific and provides more equity and more opportunity than anything else I think we do in hiring, the worst possible thing to do would be to continue hiring the formerly incarcerated and the homeless and basically making their lives suddenly meaningful, and then a couple months later laying them off and making them worse than they were before. So until we've decided not to do layoffs, which I believe would be last hired, first fired, and going through a terrible process of hiring people in the worst circumstances of their lives and then immediately canning them thereafter, it seems like we should hold off until we know that we aren't going to do that and aren't going to engage in layoffs.
Yes, indeed. So do we need to hear a report from the CAO on this? Or can we?
I don't think so. I think it's pretty clear.
Okay. Unless the CAO feels otherwise, then we can go ahead and proceed to the vote.
Council members, this is Melissa Velasco with the CAO, and we don't see a need for an additional report.
Very good. Thank you. So I've already read the recommendation. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Price. Koretz.
Aye.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Aye.
4 ayes. This item is approved to concur with the Personnel and Animal Welfare Committee.
Very good. Thank you very much. That'll bring up item number 7, please.
Item number 7 is a CAO report relative to the 2020-21 hiring freeze status update as of September 18th, 2020.
Council members, this is Melissa Velasco with the CAO. Would you like me to provide a brief presentation on this particular report?
If you would, please, briefly.
So as you're aware, as part of the 2021 budget, the Mayor and Council approved a hiring freeze for all city departments. That hiring freeze requires departments to submit requests in order to hire most positions to the CAO, who reviews these requests in coordination with the Mayor's office as well as the CLA. The report before you summarizes the status of all the requests that were submitted to the CAO in the current fiscal year as of September 18th, a little more than a month ago. The report itemizes all of the requests that were submitted. I would just like to point out that there are a variety of requests that we consider automatic exemptions, meaning that if the request meets certain criteria, it's approved without any review. Typically, these items are administrative or technical changes that would simply require an unfreeze in our payroll system. However, as you just acted on in the last item, it also included a number of new hires that were approved through the Targeted Local Hire Program. So there were 260 of these automatic unfreezes that were approved, 97 of which were for requests to hire new hires through this TLH program. For the items that didn't qualify for an automatic exemption, there were 180 requests that were submitted to the department, and the report has a number of attachments that itemizes each one of those requests by department, position authority, and the current status. And I'm available for any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. Members, any questions on this report? Okay, seeing none, it will be the recommendation to note and file the report. And let's go ahead and call the roll.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Price. Koretz.
Aye.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
4 ayes. This item will be noted and filed.
Terrific. Thank you very much. That will bring up next item number 8.
Item number 8 is the CEO and Board of Public Works reports relative to additional positions for the Office of Petroleum and Natural Gas Administration and Safety at its meeting held on October 21st, 2020, the Personnel and Animal Welfare Committee approve this item as amended.
Good afternoon, council members. Brett Abershow of the CAO. Same question. Would you like a brief introduction of this item?
I think we can go to questions. I suspect there will be a few members. Okay. No questions? Okay. Well, in light of the city's current financial position as described by the CAO earlier, my recommendation would be to approve the CAO's recommendation to note and file the CAO and Board of Public Works reports. Mr. Kratz.
Yeah, I'm not clear on what that does to the recommendation from the Personnel and Animal Welfare Committee to fill one vacant management analyst position in that department prior to the hiring of the general manager.
So, can the CAO respond to that, please?
So yes, our recommendation was to hold off on filling positions in the Petroleum office, and then during Paul Committee, Councilman Koretz agreed with that, with the exception that we fill one management analyst.
And their argument during committee was that we should bring on the director first and let him set the goals, etc. This is a dramatically understaffed department with a number of needs that the city has been lacking for many years, hence the creation of this department and office, I should say, of Petroleum and Natural Gas Administration and Safety. This will allow the new person to hit the ground running a little bit and have at least some modest staffing. There's no question, regardless of the goals, that they would need at least this position to have a functional department.
And if I can add to that, Fernando Campos, Executive Officer with the Board of Public Works. Mr. Chair and council members, pleasure to be before your board. I understand that you are making really tough decisions here. To concur with Councilman Koretz, the motion or the recommendation from the PA Committee is to receive or note and file the CAO report, but also to allow the Board of Public Works to hire and exempt from the hiring freeze an existing management analyst position. So we're not asking for additional authorities. We are not asking for additional staffing. We're just asking for the ability to hire for a position that's already been budgeted in our budget right now. As you are aware, or may be aware, that the Petroleum Administrator left us back in November of 2019. We have been in the recruitment phase for a year now. We started our recruitment back in December of 2019. We were able to recruit 3 applicants, and then COVID hit in March of 2020. With the hiring freeze and the belt tightening and the cost containment memo, we had to place that recruitment process on hold. With your help with the Budget and Finance Committee in June of 2020, your committee sent a very clear message regarding our ability to hire from outside the city. We did try to recruit again internally. That process yielded 0 applications, so we lost about 2 months there. With the assistance of your committee, we were able to obtain the hiring freeze exemption for the Petroleum Administrator to hire outside the city. I am pleased to report that we were able to get 135 new applications on top of the 3 that we received. So in total, 138 applications were received for the Petroleum Administrator. Long story short, we are in the recruitment mode. We've narrowed that pool down to about 30 individuals. Our goal is to make an offer before the end of this calendar year and have that person installed within the Office of Petroleum and Natural Gas Administration. The item before you, again, how it's connected to this is that we do have one vacant position that is responsible for helping with our franchise ordinances, if you will, or income. This position does focus on collection. We bring in about $20 million in pipeline franchise income, about $4.5 million coming from our pipeline franchisees. We are getting ready to do our next billing cycle, which starts in November, and then majority of those franchisees pay in January of 2020. That's the next billing cycle. So this position would allow us to start ramping up for that process. In addition to that, pair that position up nicely with our anticipated petroleum administrator to start in December of 2020, hopefully before the end of the year. So again, in short, it's just to utilize an existing authority that we have that has been budgeted, has been funded within the Board of Public Works, and to go through, to get the approval for the exemption from the hiring freeze.
So you make a good case, Dr. Campos. My position is simply based on the fact that every one of our departments can also make good cases for exceptions to the hiring freeze, and we've just heard that we are, have a $500 million challenge that we're just never going to be able to make, members, if we, are not making deeper cuts, let alone, trying to hire people in and make exceptions to the hiring freeze. So that's, I don't see how we get there if we continue to try to fill the things that we really want to fill when we need to be making deeper cuts. Mr. Kratz?
I would argue this is an example of one where we will lose a certain amount of revenue, or at least the speed at which we collect it, and we at the same time will have a department that we've been in desperate need of, which has been in more of a holding pattern back to fulfilling its function. So it seems like a win-win to me, and I would very actively encourage that we take this step.
Okay, members, any other discussion on this? Mr. Bonnet? Okay. What?
Yeah. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with Mr. Koretz on this one.
Okay, so Dr. Campos, this is revenue generating, did you?
This is definitely revenue generating, absolutely.
So are lots of other things that we're cutting. So tell me, quantify that for me if you can, please.
Yeah, absolutely. The position is responsible for doing the franchise income billing. The franchise income billing brings in about $4.5 million a year. That money is then split between the council offices and the general fund. In addition to that, this position supports the SoCal Gas Edison and SoCal Gas and Southern California Edison franchisees that bring in about $16 million in revenue. We currently do have, for full disclosure, one existing senior management analyst in the office. That position has been assisting us in carrying over and holding over some of the franchise agreements that we currently do have. Just to kind of add more context also, this year's budget proposed and as adopted eliminated one environmental compliance inspector position that basically decreased the size of the office. So we went from a size of 6 down to a size of 3. With SIP, we are losing one higher level senior environmental engineer that's leaving on December 5th. So this position will be will basically be replacing the third person that we would be losing. In other words, if we do not move forward with backfilling this position, we would be down to 2 individuals in the Office of Petroleum and Natural Gas Administration. That is definitely inadequate, insufficient, and I understand that other departments are operating in the same, having to deal with the same hard issues and providing some resolution, but this position is responsible for collecting those revenues from the franchisee agreements. So to quantify it in short, Councilman Krikorian, we're looking at about $4.5 million plus the additional $16 million, so about $20 million.
Oh, yes, Mr. Blumenfield.
So are you saying if we did not fund this position, we would lose out on $20 million?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying that it would just slow down the process. We would basically be down to one person assisting us with the full billing. In addition, this management analyst assists in penalty collections, also recommending any penalties that are for non-compliance that the Petroleum Administrator would be able to present before the Board of Public Works. So that in itself would be a loss of revenue, but this $20 million is revenue that we would get, but we would just defer or slow down the process of the collection. So it's not lost revenue to your question.
So what is I mean, putting aside the value of the position, because I agree certainly with my colleagues in terms of the value of this position. It's critical for a lot of reasons. But if you just getting down to brass tacks, how much revenue would we lose if we did not have this position?
If I had to put a price tag behind lost revenue, meaning we're not going to collect this because of the loss of this position, I would put a price tag of about $250,000 to $350,000. This position is going to cost us $42,000 to fill it for the remaining of the year. A full year funding is about $80,000.
Okay. Well, on that basis, I mean, if that's anywhere near true, then it's a no-brainer. I mean, then we've got to move forward on it. That's my view on it. In terms of, there's one thing if it's a question of timing of the revenue. The $20 million is a timing question, but you're saying there's at least $300,000 or $400,000 that is not timing, but is real revenue that would be lost.
It's all tied into our non-compliance, and without the Petroleum Administrator here, without actually doing the reports, without having the staffing to actually propose these penalties before the Board of Public Works, we would not be able to impose or even recommend those types of penalties.
Right. And that's putting aside the value, the other, the non-financial value of those penalties, which is environmental, which is also worth a lot. But if we're just looking at our own numbers right now, it seems justified based on that.
Okay, so with all respect, and I mean this sincerely, with great respect to my colleagues and to the office and to Dr. Campos and others, I feel that, just as a matter of principle, I'm going to stand with the CAO on this, but Mr. Kretz, I assume you have an alternative motion to go ahead and concur in the PAW report?
Yes, I would certainly make that motion.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take up that motion.
Krikorian.
No.
Price, absent. Koretz.
Aye.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
3 ayes. This matter is approved to concur with the Personnel and Animal Welfare Committee.
Okay, thank you very much. So that will resolve that matter. And we will go next to item number 9, please.
Yes, sir. Item number 9 is a motion, Koretz Lee, relative to amending the hiring freeze process and related matters. At its meeting held on October 21st, 2020, the Personnel and Animal Welfare Committee approved this item as amended.
Okay, so what was, I'm sorry, can someone indicate what the action of the Personnel and Animal Welfare Committee was on this item? Was it simply to approve? There was an amendment. What was it? I'm not clear on what the amendment was.
The amendment was a mostly, actually entirely technical amendment, so that the way it was phrased met legal muster and didn't cause us any legal problems. So it was just a minor change from I therefore move that the hiring freeze process be amended as follows. Instead, I therefore move that the city administrative officer and chief legislative analyst be instructed and the office of the mayor be requested to administer a streamlined hiring freeze exemption approval process as follows. So it was just a change in that. The broader recommendation was to not have the approved exemptions that are approved by the mayor, CLA, CAO, come back to PAW committee and council, because I don't believe our concern was that they're not fiscally conservative enough. We did ask that the PAW committee have the opportunity to review rejections of requests for those, to recommend any that might seem to be overly aggressive to the council for consideration.
So the process would be that if managed hiring rejects a proposal, that could still be taken up by council if council chose. But if they accept the proposal, then that would happen without further council consideration.
Right, and we weren't doing that previously, and it would be just an unnecessary set of bureaucratic steps to have it go to the committee and check it off, and go to the council and check it off. It's hard to imagine a circumstance in which the mayor's office, the CAO, and the CLA all approves an exemption and we would turn it down.
Okay. Okay, members, any discussion on this? Because I would recommend that we concur in the PAW committee action on this item, unless other members feel otherwise. Seeing no questions or objections, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Price absent. Koretz.
Aye.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
4 ayes. This item will be to concur with the Personnel and Animal Welfare Committee.
Great. Thank you. And that will next bring up item number 11 that Mr. Koretz had called special.
Yes, sir. Item number 11 is the CEO and Economic and Workforce Development Department reports relative to accepting and allocating additional general funds for Higher LA's youth program activities and related actions. At its meeting held on October 13, 2020, the Economic Development Committee approved this item.
Okay, and on that item, my recommendation was to concur with the Economic Development Committee and approve the CAO's recommendations. Mr. Krebs.
I just wanted to ask if you could give us a little more detail on what this money is going to, how this money is going to be expended.
I think, good afternoon, this is Shafia Mir from the CAO's office. I think we have EWD on the line. They can give some detail on that.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. This is Gerardo Rubalcaba. I'm the Workforce Development Director for EWDD. So what this funding did, it allowed the department to significantly expand our summer youth employment program. Traditionally, the city funded about 1,000 slots per year, meaning about 1,000 youth that were being served annually through the city's phase of the Higher LA program. This funding, this extra $10 million, provided an additional about 3,500 slots that are now being funded. So that's an additional 3,500 youth that will be served under this expanded program.
And what will they be doing?
So this is our year-round summer youth employment. So we work with youth 16 to 24 and provide them work experience opportunities. Because of COVID, we've had to modify the program and really expand some of the work experience opportunities. But it varies from traditional work experience. It could be anything from working at a nonprofit, working at a school, providing about 100 hours of in-person work experience. There's also some personal development that's included in the program design. So now our youth work with, they're provided what's called a Transitional Age Youth World of Work curriculum, which provides like a work readiness type curriculum that every youth goes through. So that is the core of the program. Because of COVID and the more limited on-site work experience, we've expanded the program to include virtual work experience. There is, there's a number of activities that we've kind of opened up because of the pandemic that allow youth to work and do work experience, from their home without having to, go into a direct workplace. There's other training that's been allowed, or I should say, not training, like kind of project-based experience. So a good example is we had youth working with the census program. We had youth that were volunteering, or not volunteering, but were working with census, doing outreach, contacting people that had not responded to the census. So there's a number of these types of activities that we have expanded because of this. The additional slots have allowed us to be more creative and kind of think, and really kind of getting that wish list of things we wish we could do with this funding. We're in discussions now with the fire department about creating a pre-apprenticeship program for youth, where we would expose youth from around the city to careers in the fire department. We're working with Sanitation to open, to expose youth from the inner city to sanitation careers. So there's really the expanded program has allowed us to be more creative and to expand the types of opportunities that we will provide participants.
Okay, that's all I have to ask. Happy to support this program.
Very good. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and call the roll on the recommendation that I indicated earlier.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Price absent. Koretz.
Aye.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
4 ayes. This item is approved to concur with the Economic Development Committee recommendation.
Very good. Thank you very much. Let's call item 16 next, please.
Item number 16 is CAO report relative to identifying funding sources to augment services for the Prison to Employment Reentry Program.
Members, this is what appears to be an excellent program. Mr. Harris-Dawson, the CAO has a number of recommendations for potential funding sources for this, which I would like to leave to Mr. Harris-Dawson's input. And so what I would request is that we advance this motion to council without recommendation so that it can include Mr. Harris-Dawson's analysis of the potential funding sources, and we can have that discussion in council. So if there's no objection to proceeding with advancing this matter without our recommendation, do we need to vote on that?
Yes.
Okay.
So we are not approving the CAO recommendation to note in file, but moving this motion and CAO report forward without a recommendation.
Exactly right.
Okay. Krikorian.
Aye.
Price absent. Koretz.
Aye.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
4 ayes. This item is approved as stated.
Thank you very much. That will bring up next items 17 and 18. I don't think we need to report on these matters unless members have particular questions that they'd like to present. Seeing none, we will have to take a roll call on each one separately. 17 first, please.
Thank you.
Well, let's go ahead and call 17 and take the vote, and then we'll call 18 and take the vote.
Thank you. Item 17, Krikorian.
Aye.
Price absent. Koretz.
Aye.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
4 ayes, this item is approved.
Thank you, and we were a little quick on that. Mr. Wexler does need to introduce the items since people may be listening in and not know what these items are. So if you could just go ahead and pick up where we don't need to revote, but just, Mr. Wexler, if you could announce what we just voted on, and then number 18, please.
Yes, sir. I never want to speak over Ms. Morales. Item number 17 is the CEO report and resolution relative to the abandonment of proceedings for the proposed City of Los Angeles Community Facilities District number 10, Ponte Vista, formerly known as the Highland Park Project. You voted on that, leaving item number 18, which is the CEO report and resolutions relative to establishing Community Facilities District number 11, Ponte Vista, formerly known as the High Park Project.
Okay, so 18 is now before us. Members, any questions on 18? Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Thank you. Krikorian.
Aye.
Price, absent. Koretz.
Aye.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
4 ayes, this item is approved.
Very good. Thank you very much. Now, according to my notes, that completes all of our open session items, and we can now go into closed session. Am I correct about that?
I believe we still have item 22.
Item 22. Okay. Oh, yes, we do. You're right. Okay. Well, item 22 has already been heard by the Hen Park Committee, so I would just recommend that we concur in that committee's recommendations and approve the item as it was amended in Hen Park. I don't know that we need a report unless members would like to hear it. Anybody like to raise their hands if they do? I see none. So, sorry to keep you this long, but this is, you don't want to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. So, I mean, you know what I mean. So, okay, I think we can go ahead and call the roll on that recommendation, please.
And should it be read into the record first?
Oh, indeed, thank you. Sorry. Okay, let's go ahead and call the item first.
Item number 22 is the City Clerk and Department of Neighborhood Empowerment Joint Report relative to the conduct of neighbor council elections during the COVID-19 pandemic. At its meeting held on October 22nd, 2020, the Health, Education, Neighborhoods, Parks, Arts, and River Committee approved this item as amended.
Thank you. It's late. So my recommendation, again, is that we concur in the HENPAR recommendation and approve the item as amended.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Price, absent. Koretz.
Aye.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
4 ayes, this item will be approved to concur with HENPAR's action.
Very good. Thank you all very much. That will take us now into closed session for considerations of items 1 through 4. So let's go ahead and prepare the virtual room for closed.
Okay.
All right, and we'll need to open the meeting back up in order to adjourn, right?
Yes, ready. Yes, we are back in open session.
Very good. We are back now in the Budget and Finance Committee is back now in open session, and there is nothing that we need to report, right, from closed session?
Correct.
Okay, very good. And there is no other business before the committee. So unless members have anything else that you want to raise, we are adjourned. Thank you very much. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
Have a good one.
You too.